Good morning. Hello, everyone. I am Carlo Vigna from Aosta Valley region. Just to try the connection, I am the speaker of the panel at 11:45. My intervention is about USALP. So it was now just to try the connection. Can you hear me? Okay. And I have some problem to see your video. No, at this moment, I can't hear you. Okay. Yes, the signal is going and on and off.
Carlo, can
and
you hear
I
me?
can see.
Hello, Carlo,
I
can you
can
hear
see
me?
you. I hope you can see me well.
No. Yeah, we hear you, but can you hear me?
Maybe I would try just to share my presentation. Okay, now yes, now it's better. Can you see my presentation? Just to know.
Yeah, we see your presentation.
Okay, I will show directly my presentation during the meeting. Okay, and this is my slide, my first slide.
Okay. Thank you, Carlo. It's fine.
Okay, and I don't know now. It seems to work better than before.
So, Carlo, just one question. Can you hear me, Carlo?
Yeah.
Yeah? Good.
Now, yes.
Oh, go.
Before
Okay.
it was
So now it is
choppy.
working. I am Roberto here. Good morning. Good morning.
No, now it's okay. Ciao, Roberto. But now I can hear you, but it's at the limit. I don't know.
Which limit?
I can understand, but your voice is not so clear.
Okay. We will clean the voice. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you very much, Carlo. We stay in touch, and we will meet later according to the agenda. Okay.
Okay, and I think it's maybe some limitation. I don't know if from your side or my side, but
we hear you very well.
Okay, so perfect. Maybe I could have some problem to hear you during the the moderation, but okay, for me it's good. So I thank you, and I come back to the same connection at the schedule of the
Okay, Carlo. Thank you very much.
Okay.
See you.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you all. See you later. Bye bye.
All good? More or less. You had an extremely rare opportunity to witness the behind the scenes of event organization. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the beautiful, foggy, rainy Bled. I'll be your moderator today. My name is Ram, spelled the same as Random Access Memory, which is convenient given the topic of this conference. Before we jump in, maybe to get a feel for the room, by a show of hands, how many of you traveled for this conference from outside Slovenia? Okay. So about half. That's great. Thank you for coming. Yay! And how many of you were involved in the Circular 4.0 project? Okay, good. Thank you very much. So we have a lot of topics prepared for today. we'll talk about the future of circular economy and digitalization in the Alpine Space region. These are two big transformations that the entire economy is going through. So first, the transformation into circular economy, which is necessary to keep our economy and society alive, pretty much. And the other one is digitalization, driven by the fast pace of technological advancement. And combining these two was also the point of the Circular 4.0 project. So without further ado, I will introduce the first round of 3 welcome speeches by 3 key people in the Slovenian business ecosystem. The first will be Majda Potokar from Technological Park Ljubljana, which was the lead partner of the Circular 4.0 project. Then we will have Maria Čebular-Zajec from the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. And finally, Rok Capelj from Spirit Slovenia, the business development agency. So let's kick it off with Majda. A round of applause. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ram. Dear participants, thank you very much for coming to BLIT, and also participants online. We have also online streaming. So in the name of Technology Park Ljubljana, the lead partner of this project, I have this honor to welcome you all on our final conference. I need to move here. I can say that we were and are still a big partnership of 15 partners and 23 observers. And we really were focusing, coming from Alpine Space, from Austria, Germany, France, Italy, and Slovenia. And we were really focused on the support. It was all about supporting SMEs transiting to the circular economy through digitalization, to make the Alpine Space, Alpine region even more greener and sustainable. So this conference, with this conference, we are really actually completing our journey, our project journey. Our project ends in this in a month. So we are kind of say in a some way ending, but really there's no end. So because we are circular, we are really creating a new beginning. We are building our circular 4.0 community. This is the community of circular economy and digitalization in the Alpine Space. So you were all already, many of you were already involved in. So we are also, and today we have this opportunity in our marvelous BLIT to really join our minds and hearts to really discuss how to support further SMEs to transit to the circular economy even faster, also through our community that we are building. And especially, this is important that this will be continued also after our project ends, really completes to the final. So welcome, you are all on board. Thank you.
Good morning, dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to take part at this final Circular 4.0 conference, which will focus on the future of the circular economy and digitalization in the Alpine Space. The Ministry of Economic Development and Technology has been following the Circular 4.0 project as an observer with interest since the very beginning. We are happy with the progress, new knowledge and skills related to solving the challenges of establishing a low-carbon circular economy. In all of this, digitalization and new technologies plays an important role as they represent a tool for easier implementation of solutions that lead to circular economy. We need to establish circular economy if we want to cope efficiently with challenges of modern world, especially energy and raw materials price fluctuations and shortages we are facing right now. As pointed out by the European Commission in the EU Circular Economy Action Plan, our economy is still mostly linear, with only 12% of secondary materials and resources in the EU are reused. We see that we have a lot of room for improvement and optimization at all levels. There is a huge potential to be exploited for both businesses and consumers. On one hand, we must encourage businesses to adapt sustainable and circular business models to transform the way products are made. And on the other hand, we must empower consumers to make sustainable choices for their own benefit and, of course, the benefit of the environment. Digitalization and new technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, and others can only help to accelerate the transition to the circular economy as they allow transparent data and decisions that are more reasonable. With deep demonstration projects, which will be, I'm sure, presented later on by Bart Stegman, also Slovenia is trying to make a major step to circular economy and achieve the goal of separating economic growth from resource use. Why? As mentioned before, because circular economy can provide answers to challenges, including the challenge of climate change, the challenge of increased raw materials demand and shortages, and the challenge of fragmented value chains. This could save our companies money while reducing total greenhouse gas emissions. Moving towards more circular economy could also increase competitiveness, stimulate innovation, boost economic growth, and create jobs. So we believe that moving towards circular economy is a win-win strategy. At the Ministry of the Economic Development and Technology, in cooperation with the Spirit Agency, we are dedicating almost 18 million euros to support sustainable and circular business models in SMEs and startups. Moreover, basically every public call that we issue introduces the green and circular conditions and criteria for selection of the best projects. We have already issued more than 670 million euros of public calls from National Recovery and Resilience Fund. However, the changes are needed at the regional, the EU and the global level. Only together, step by step, we could change the world and contribute to a brighter future. At the end, I would like to congratulate the partners of the project Circular 4.0 for successful implementation of the project, as well as for organizing this final conference. I'm really looking forward to hear your new plans for the future, and I'm wishing you really a lot of success. Thank you.
Rok? Do we have a Rok Zappel here? No. Okay. So then only 2 welcome speeches. Then let's jump right into the first keynote speech. The keynote speaker is Bart Stegemann, who is the orchestrator of Slovenian transition into circular economy, which makes him the go-to person for circular economy in Slovenia. From Climate Kick, Bart, take us away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. A room almost filled with people who really want to change something. Like Ram already said, I'm Bart Stegemann, Slovenian orchestrator. working with the company EIT Climate Kick, together with the Slovene government, on really transforming the Slovene economic environment, focusing on decarbonization, and really trying to implement all the paradigms of circular economy and making sure that the principles are slowly implemented. I'm very happy that Maria is here, because I think there is still one idea that the government didn't implement yet, and that is that we could rename the Ministry of Economic Development to the Ministry of Circular Economic Development. So please take this forward, because I think also with this part we can really make a big step also in the mindset of the people, not only here in the room, because you are all part of the bubble. Basically, I'm very happy that we are here in Bled, because 29 years ago, this was basically the first time I visited Slovenia, and I have always very good memories on this place, because it also, I think, it shows how a small community can really flourish by tourism. And if we can believe all the National Geographic and other tourism agencies, this is the most beautiful spot on earth. So again, welcome also on my behalf. Let me check, how do I get the slides forward? Do I need to tell you? Okay, perfect, I will. Our program that we work on here in Slovenia with several ministries and basically the whole ecosystem is called Deep Demonstration, where we focus on a systemic change without losing contact with really the projects on the floor. Yesterday I had a meeting where basically one of the participants on this meeting said, yeah, but what's really happening? Shouldn't we rephrase deep demonstration or deep demo to deep demo, really moving on forward. Also, one of our principles is connecting to existing programs and existing activities that are going on, and one of them is the Circular 4.0 initiative, which is really close to what we envision to be happening. So I'm very happy that I got the opportunity to speak here today, because this kind of capacity building, assessment, and making sure that companies make one step or two steps further is very important. One slide further, please. We live in a world of TikTok, Netflix, Instagram, and probably online conferences. And this creates a kind of comfort. Yeah, we feel really comfortable with spending a lot of time online. We really feel comfortable in also exploring at our neighbors, even the metaverse. But this feeling of comfort can also be dangerous. So, probably, who has a smartphone with them here? Probably everybody. Yes, perfect, perfect. So please have a check on your apps and the usage of apps. No, you don't dare, Gasper. I totally agree. Because it can give you a feeling of, hey, what I'm busy with. Yeah, so no need to tell me, but please have a look maybe later how many time we really already spent in the digital environment already today, without being basically aware of what's happening. By the way, I had on a note, every week since summer, I deleted one app of my phone. I added, by the way, your app, Gasper, so I also add something. And it really gives me a good feeling. So please keep in mind digitalization, digital transformation. Keep in mind your own person, because without real persons, nothing will happen. Next question. Who came here with public transport? Who came here with his own car? The majority. So, how many of you had 3 or more people in the car? Not bad, not bad. But why not? I mean, I didn't. Because of my comfort feeling. I needed to bring my daughter to the kindergarten this morning. Maybe some people live in the hills. I can pay my diesel or benzene. Maybe I have an electric car, so it's not so bad. But are those excuses? What's the reason not transferring? Is this the feeling of comfort, or is anything else missing? Support mechanisms, digital tools, maybe, to make this happen. The first step in circular economy is reducing. So without thinking of waste streams, please have in mind that we focus on reducing our footprint. And one of the things are, okay, how do we travel? How do we eat, etc. So if you go forward, you can also find this downstairs, by the way, the initiative of PS Lifestyle of the city of Ljubljana, where, and there are probably also other tools, where you can calculate your carbon footprint. I did this, and I was quite convinced of myself that I have a very, very low carbon footprint, of course, because of the company where I work for. Yeah, I should have. But then it struck me that basically I'm way above the carbon footprint that is necessary to keep our world within the 1.5 degree global warming. So if you go further, traveling, and I just put the average. I do not go 4 times, 5 times per summer to the Croatian coast, like a lot of Slovenian people. I travel maybe once per year with a plane, so I really want to keep this low, but still, I was not able to get to the right carbon footprint. So, what is needed to really make this step? So the first slide, basically first time I saw this slide was at a TED conference of our CEO, Kirsten Dunlop, where basically only the first few waves were shown. And then, of course, reality caught up with us very fast, because what we also saw this summer in Slovenia, fires. I think in the last few weeks, the rain caught up on the drought, but caused another issue. And of course, also the measures against the fights in Ukraine is really disturbing our everyday life, and winter is still the heating season officially. I think it didn't even started. So what does all those waves mean? Is that our supply chains are broken. We have a lot of price hikes, overseas transports, disturbances in food supply chains, inflation, energy prices, rising interest rates to counterattack the inflation. We have strikes. We have, in the same time, shortages on the labor market. And maybe I missed something. So we really live in a world of a lot of disturbances in areas where we do not have the solution on the short term. We cannot just let the rain stop or do any other activities in this direction. So we really need, next slide. The other, this is from 2 days ago. The macroeconomic projections presented at the European level, where basically also they don't really see a fast exit of this situation. So we need kind of a solution, kind of a first step in this direction. Next slide, please. we need a systemic change. It's not enough anymore to work project by project. It's not enough anymore to just be as individuals, to individual companies. We really need to create a network of like-minded people, like-minded companies to approach this system. And what is system? Basic system changes. What are the activities that can really burst it? So everybody in the system working all together produces their own pattern. And if we are able to change the pattern instead of the contributors, we really make a very good step forward. But to kickstart and to amplify all those actions, all those systemic changes, we need innovation. We need new products, new services, new ecosystems, and really tie all the small projects in a systemic way, try to understand the impact of, for example, the Circular 4.0, impact measurements, making sure that due to all the data gathered, we are able to find even better solutions in either tourism, where certain activities are deployed in, for example, connecting tourism with smart technologies and taking care of elderly. So not only tourism, not only taking care of elderly, not only digital transformation in this area, but create one ecosystem that is taking into account local food supplies and making the carbon footprint lower. We are not the only one who thinks in the same way, because also the Industry 5.0 is leading in this direction, which is the next step in our development, and which can really take in consideration the human aspect. On the other hand, really transform our industry so that all the elements of circular economy can be implemented. Because in the end, strategic risks, so all the waves that I showed in a few slides before, gives a sign to all the companies, the ecosystems, to the citizens, to ministries, to the academic world, a very big strategic risk. And the only way to solve, or basically to manage and to mitigate those strategic risks, is through innovation. And we need to generate all those strategic options to really move on forward. So why then digitalization? Well, I mentioned in the beginning that it gives us a feeling of comfort, that we spend online many, many hours per day. Because digitalization can really boost the transformation towards a sustainable circular economy. It can help closing the material loops. It can give you accurate information, which is definitely needed, on available materials. And it can also enable more efficient processes, promotes the longer lifespan of our products, and basically, also on the economic part, it minimizes all the costs. So digitalization can really help you define and basically activate new business models. And we already know that, especially on the first two pictures, companies are already there. We don't see a lot of notebooks anymore on the tables. Everybody has at least the basic digital tools to move on forward. But the digital transformation to create new business models, and if we take in consideration circular economy models, so instead of selling our products, we can have a rent-based or a shared-based economy, so that the whole system can change into making the products, the services, much more sustainable. So we really need to design together, not company by company as such. We really need to design the future of our basically economy and find all the synergies that exist already in our ecosystem. Deficiency of raw materials, non-availability due to all the disturbances needs to push us in the direction of the new ecosystem. So in this respect, also the approach of Climate Kick is something that we learned in the course of 10 years, is to step out of projects, to step out of single digital products, to not just buy an ERP system and then God will help us moving on forward. Really design the whole ecosystems in a systemic way to make sure that we do not lose resources and that we're able to learn and have an open view on, okay, what is the next step? How can we integrate all the digital tools for the future in this systemic approach? And in this respect, connecting all the stakeholders is very important. I mentioned learning before. So how are we able to learn and to act and to learn and to make the next step? So learning part in also the approach of the deep demonstration is basically the most key element that we want to bring to the basically the whole environment. Because what holds us back is knowledge. So in this respect, it's the utmost importance to invest in knowledge transfer, to invest in education, to start at kindergartens, to continue in primary school, secondary school, higher education, academic world, knowledge transfer to businesses, and have very fast, maybe supported by either artificial intelligence, because who knows what kind of skills we need tomorrow. We need to really speed up this knowledge transfer and to really be able to learn from the things that are happening today, that will happen tomorrow, and speed up this process. And here, digitalization or digital transformation is the only way how to do this. So changing curriculum might happen on the flow. We cannot plan for 4 years ahead a curriculum because we will be outdated at the day we started. Already a few years ago, I saw a presentation on the relevancy of curriculum in the higher education. And the curriculum presented in the first year was already obsolete when reaching the 4th year. So we have no time to develop curriculum and learning methodologies by the old way how we did it. So we really need digital transformation tools to help us understand what is needed tomorrow and to be much, much, much faster. So with this having in mind, digital transformation, it can give you, of course, the presence in the whole ecosystem. It can generate new contacts with your customers or new contacts with your ecosystem to inform people on a faster speed. We really need to focus on the person in the middle. Where are we? Where are we as a person? How do we as a person need to change, and why should this happen? So all the basically digital transformation tools who will help us moving on forward should have the person in the center. It's a customer, it's a person in an elderly home, it's a tourist, it's a traveler to Bled. It needs to be so much people focused and making sure that we can drag them out of the comfort zone without them even feeling it. So that's why the Circular 4.0 is also a very good initiative, because it gave tools to all the participants to do an assessment, to make starting plans, and to really start to transform their businesses, either on product-based, either on service-based, either on basically a systemic change in either, I don't know, food supply chains, yeah, which will be definitely needed. So in the end, people change in 4 different ways. One is when they hurt enough, so they really have to. And I think that slowly we will be hurting enough. We see enough to be inspired. So we attend conferences, we enroll in programs, we really take all the information to us. So we get inspired by the best examples that are surrounding us. People learn enough, they really want to, because they understand that without really making a step forward, all those ways will get another one, and really this will be devastating. So we will learn how to, and we will be able to really implement. And the 4th one is they receive enough that they are able to. That means without certain financial support, this is also what was mentioned before, governmental support, ecosystem support, consortia of companies who really are able to invest in the transformation. Those are the 4 elements of why people change. And I think the time is now, because all those 4 elements are here already. We have money available. We slowly are getting hurt by all the measurements and all the things that are happening around us. I hope also today and the rest of the days at the other conference we get inspired by what is possible, and really the emphasis on learning, learning, learning. So spend your time not on Netflix, yeah? Not so much on TikTok on those stupid movies, but maybe we can find some educational content also there. Try to make the steps forward, so we will be able all together to transform this world into a better space and a better place. And slowly we will be able to transform. And I think especially Slovenia has one of the biggest opportunities to do so, because we're only 2 million people here. So everybody knows everybody. So networking and creating this landscape of the circular economy with the digital transformation, I think we have a unique opportunity. And I would ask you all very friendly to really kickstart. Today you're here, tomorrow is a new day. Really make the step, and if somebody wants to come with me in the direction of Ljubljana, I will move soon, so if somebody needs to leave, I'm offering a free ride to that area. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bart, for stressing the importance of systemic thinking on one side and not forgetting about the human aspect on the other side. I hope we have seen enough and learned enough so we can avoid getting hurt enough. And with that, we jump to the next block of presentations, which will be about the Circular 4.0 project itself. We'll talk about digital technologies as enablers of transition to circular economy in the Alpine Space region. And we'll have 4 presenters taking you through the overview of the Circular 4.0 project and the results that came out of the project. So first up, we have Roberto Sandrini. He's a senior consultant and expert who will take you through the overview of the Circular 4.0 project. Thank you. Roberto.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I lost the speaker that was before. I am available for one seat for the car. Where is? Okay, but please tell him that I'm fully available for coming back to Ljubljana. So, good morning to everybody. I try to summarize 3 years of cooperation. And I would like to start from the title of the project. Please go to the next. Here. Yeah, very good. I forgot to write one thing. When we decided the title of the project, it was the 2017, ages ago. If I can come back to the 2017, talking about circular economy was not so popular. There were no Green Deal programs ongoing at European level. There was no idea. We were fully into the Industry 4.0 innovation process. And after the 2017, if you remember, we went through some experiences, not really bad. I mean, they have a positive feedback impact. And now that we are going close to the project, we have a completely different approach to the circularity and the relationship between circularity and digital technologies. Circular 4.0 would like to focus on the so-called twin transition. You know that at European level, they are used this kind of concept to summarize the relationship between the digitalization and the circularity. Circular 4.0, and the title is exactly full project title is summarizing the concept, is starting from the digitalization that is considered an enabler for the circularity. This is what we have done starting from November 2019. You know that writing one project that you need to discuss, submit, contract, discussion, integration. So starting from November till the end of next month, 15 partners discussed about this concept and tested something. What we have put at the ground of it seems it doesn't work. Next, please. Yeah. What we put at the ground of the project? 3 circular economy approaches. You see that we summarized that with this figure. You see that we are approaching the circular economy, and I could say much better the business model that are connected to the circular economy for 3 points of view: value recovery, circular design, and optimal use. All the project has been implemented starting from these 3 concepts. I mean, the eco-innovation, the
recycling and the extension of the use of the products. These are the three concepts that we implemented with transnational working groups, that we supported with tools, and then we applied, we demonstrated with some pilots at local level. What else can we add? The process of the project is not is very simple. You see that the 3 years have been implemented following a quite common process. We have some preparatory activity that honestly took much more time than foreseen, because putting together 15 regions with very different situations, very different approaches, and analyzing them, identifying needs, and then sitting around 3 tables to discuss the kind of model to be applied to SMEs took a lot of time. But this helped us to identify some tools, implementing other brand new tools that will be explained after me, and we developed even some training addressed to SMEs, and training addressed to public and private operators in charge of assisting the SMEs. And then we went through the pilot. You will see the figures. We involved a good number of actors and stakeholders for the pilots. And pilots lasted 1 year in our project. From the first discussion, how to do the pilots, which kind of action to be carried out within the pilot. There were different emergencies and different needs to be matched. Some were very much focusing on already developed companies, and were keen on supporting them to go a step forward. Other partners were much more worried to enhance the simple entrepreneur that was not really familiar with these concepts. So it was a time of strong discussion, I can say. Finally, we got different models. Flexibility, you know, here is the magic word when you have to cooperate with many actors. Flexibility in terms of different roadmaps offered to different size and different categories of SMEs. Awareness, actions, one-to-one assistance, consulting activity. So this is something that we have developed in the frame of the pilots. And then the last step, just to come back to the results expected, to do the assessment, and then developed the long-lasting plan for the project. This is the roadmap that we have developed all together. Some figures concerning the project. Next, please. I just summarized the information here. They are numbers, but they can give you an idea. 80 operators that we upskilled, 295 small, medium, and large enterprises that we involved at different steps and different level. About 200 stakeholders involved and under the involvement with the groups, local, transnational, the community. So this is something that is still ongoing. About 30 experts coming from different fields, even connected with the industrial sectors, that contributed to develop documents, tools that have been involved for the assessment of the pilots, to design the action plan, and then, of course, 15 partners coming. You see the new map of the Alpine space, but you can see that we involve partners from 5 countries: Italy, Spain, Slovenia, Austria, and Germany. And 23 observers coming from the same countries that were in charge of monitoring the overall project implementation and give advice how to proceed. A large group of actors. But the idea behind Circular 4.0 is to trigger circularity at all levels in Alpine space. And this is why the figures are important. Just to give you an idea, next please, the 295 companies were coming from many industrial sectors. But I could say that the majority is coming from the manufacturing, from the electronics and ICT, from the construction, from the environmental technologies. And when we identify the SMEs at the industrial sector, in our mind, the action plan at European level to implement the Green Deal was the point of reference. You know that at European level, packages addressed to different industrial sectors have been published to push the innovation in those sectors. So packaging, plastics, textiles, eco-design, all these packages have been capitalized into circular and have been included in our action plan. What are the results of Circular 4.0? Next, please. The results means what are the long-lasting project impacts of the project. I try to summarize them with 3 main impacts and connected with the products that are coming from the project. The first result is to enhance the SME's capability for CA processes, for circular economy. And here, specific tools have been developed that will be explained later. One specific tool to assess the SME's attitude to implement circularity. It is not given. It is something that needs to be explored and adapted. And then the second impact is to consider the entrepreneurial system not separated from the overall Alpine ecosystem. Here, for example, we have a strong relationship with environmental actors, with actors dealing with research, with actors dealing with strategies, and with the governments of our area. All these relationship will be supported by the action plan that will be explained later by Bianca. Where is Bianca? I don't see Bianca. Ah, Bianca is there. And then the last one, how can we continue trigger the uptake of the project results into policies, regional initiatives, and projects? Here, we are establishing one circular economy community, and this will be a way to continue working together, promoting projects, promoting initiatives, and enhancing the circularity that is very much in the mouth of many persons, probably not always in practice, but you know, it happens every time in this way. It was the same with Industry 4.0 that now seems to be already finalized, and we are going toward. Not sure that it happens even in practice, but in theory, this is the usual way to proceed. Next one. What is the follow-up? As I told you, we are going to establish one circular 4.0 community. You will get the invitation to join. Together with you, many other local stakeholders will be invited. We are still, next please, working with the institutional strategies. You know that at Alpine level, a European macro strategy has been established. There is a big group of actors representing government that are working together, and we are working together with them. Our dream, and we hope it is not only a dream, is that circularity will be highly considered into the umbrella of the macro strategy, the Alpine, and with the leadership of Slovenia. This is what we are doing, and this is, I hope that we will get back with good news in November. But the idea is to establish a permanent network that, in cooperation with the government represented in the Alpine macro strategy and with the support of Circular 4.0, will contribute to the enhancement of the circularity in the Alps. Last point, next. I invite you to visit our platform. It is the repository of all our instruments, of all our tools. You can find here the effort of our colleagues, the finalization of many actions carried out, and I hope that it will not limited to the past action, but other steps will be added considering the future. You, the speaker talked about Industry 5.0. This is something that we are already approaching. You know, we are in the roadmap of the European Commission, and the digitalization and circularity must be turned into benefit for employees, for citizens, and must be a leverage for the social innovation. So this is something that we are going to do. We are working, and I hope that this will be a new adventure for some of the institutions. Thank you. Thank you very much. I must say thank you, to Technology Park Ljubljana. I know that Majda need to take some holidays after the event of today. So I encourage her to stop and you can stay here at the Bled Lakes. It's so nice. You can relax a little bit. So I was joking. Thank you very much to the team of the Technology Park Ljubljana. And thank you very much to all the partners. We are working with them. We have been working with them since for many years. So we are not only partners, but we are even friends. So thank you. Thank you very much. And we go a step forward.
And thank you, Roberto. So next up we have Cesar Pacheco from Fondazione Piemonte Innova. He will take you through the tools for assessing the circular and digital maturity.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cesar Pacheco. I work in Fondazione Piemonte Innova. We changed name. We was Fondazione Torino Wireless. We are the cluster of ICT in Piedmont region in Italy. And we manage also the cluster, the national Italian cluster of smart communities. So I will very quickly explain our tool. As Roberto says, everything is in our website. You can go there, our platform, and you can find practically we develop some training content. So the platform goes through Talent LMS, and you can find the training for the companies and the training for intermediaries, so the institutions that serves the small and medium companies. And we also have the repository of our tool. We develop a circular assessment tool that practically is a strategic tool that assesses two things, the potential and the commitment, as we will see. And we also, you can find in the website also all the digital maturity assessment that we collect and we use in our project, and other circular assessment tools, other that can be not strategic or something in different languages. So we will go ahead. So this is our website. And I will explain just the circular assessment and digital maturity assessment tools. If you want to go to the online training tools, the circular acceleration training, that is for the companies, and the operator training course, that is for the intermediaries, that help to use in a better way our tool, our circular assessment tool. So the methodology that we develop is everything in the learning platform, and you can go to the platform to learn how to use these tools, how to manage all these tools. This is the part of the tools. So we can find three areas. The first area is related with the digital assessment. The second area, the second option, the second and the third option is about the circular assessment. Go with the digital maturity assessment. These are the tools that we use. For example, we in Italy, we use Selfie, that is based on standards, but every country, and even in Italy, we use different tools to identify which is the maturity in digitalization of the companies. Then we developed the Circular 4.0 tool. The name is the CAS, Circular Assessment Score. Why is different this tool comparing with other tools? Because we use an assess tool, not a measure tool. that is more qualitative than quantitative. It's a quite or having an opinion about something, partially subjective. So we will see how does it works. The basic concept that theoretical concept, we start from the value hill. The value hill, you can see linear economy, you construct, use materials, and they destroy value. Now, with the circular economy value hill, we try to use strategies to retain value, and these strategies are related with the business models. This is the framework that we use. As Roberto says, we use three circular business models: the circular business design, the optimal use, and the value recovery. So you can see in our framework we have also these three that are connected with the three financial profiles of the European Investment Bank. So because if a company needs to make an investment in recovery or in design or in optimal use, they have different level of investment, different level of risk. So that's why we use this framework. So this is the score, the circular assessment score. The tool has 3 sections. It's a questionnaire with 18 questions. The first part, you have to choose which is the business approach, one of the 3 that we have seen. And then we evaluate with very few questions, which is the potential. So which is the maximum possible result with this business model that the company choose, that the company can achieve. And the second part is the commitment. So how much is involved actually to the transformation. So it's a strategic tool for companies focused on these business models to evaluate these 2 concepts, the potential and the commitment. At the end of the questionnaire, you find the positioning of the company. You have a score about the potential, the business potential, and the commitment. And here you can see if a company have a lot of potential but is not very committed, they have to start with actions. If the company has very few potential, he has to think about a new business model, a new way to do his product, his services, because it's not sustainable. If the company has not potential and is not committed with circularity, the company needs to rethink her business because it's not sustainable. And front runners are the companies that are already working on circularity, so is very committed and also has a potential. So this is the case that we use as an example for other companies. The last part that you can find in our website are the additional circular assessment tools. So you can find a collection of difference. What's the difference of our tool in comparison with other tools? Our tool is focused on a strategic company view. We have also is developed by the project and is in 3 languages: English, Italian, and German. You can find also other tools that are based in the same concept, but is also constructed in French. And it takes 25 minutes to make this assessment. So it's very, very fast. It's very strategic. So this is useful. It depends obviously of the use of the tool, but you can also make that in 25 minutes, more or less. And you can see here some of the difference of other tools. Other tools are maybe based on a specific industry. Other are for product. Other are focused not too much on a strategy or in specific field. For example, in textile. And here we can see other tools that we also use in some cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cesar. Next up, I will invite Luc Schmerber from BWCon. He will take you through the results of circular and digital transformations in SMEs.
Thank you, Ram.
Would you rather use this one?
Yeah. Okay. Does it work? So when the first speaker talked about the experiment with the smartphone, I did not check my time. I think I would be afraid or ashamed of the result. But let's say we are performing an experiment at home. My son lost his smartphone 1 week ago, and now we are looking what he's doing with his time not spent on the smartphone. So maybe I will also change at some point. Yeah. So I present the result of the local pilot actions. Roberto presented that. We wanted to test our toolkits and instruments into local pilot actions in the 15 regions. And so what I will present, I say in advance, thank you to all the partners for providing those results. It's not my results, it's our shared results. I'm representing BWCon. It's an economic business support organization, a private one in Baden-Württemberg, in Germany, and we are operating almost in the whole region. So I will present something on our local pilot actions, how they were structured, the results of the implementation, and the results of our evaluation. So the local pilot structure, it was the same or very similar for all of the pilots. We have these phases. We needed to recruit the SMEs to do some awareness raising for our project and for our activities. We wanted to perform an assessment analysis of their situation using the tools presented by Cesar just right now. And then we also had a more deeper one-to-one assistance to help them go toward setting up new projects, new activities to make first development steps. In the lighter blue, we also have some ongoing activities, which were more collective activities, where those companies were involved either on our talent learn training platform, and including webinars and training seminars for companies, and some online and some networking on-site, also networking activities. Depending on the regions, we had obviously some different activities to adapt to local situation. Basically, what we all did is determination of the status quo of the companies. I go fast. Develop some recommendations on the basis of the results of the analysis, because Cesar presented the results, but then you need also to provide some input what to do on this basis, and this we did in the pilot actions. And try to transform that together and working with the company into some action plan and some investments plans, which were then very specific for the companies. The figures are the same as the one showed by Roberto, which is a good thing. We checked 295 companies in different countries. That doesn't make too much sense to go into the details of the countries, I think, at this stage. Let's say 270 SMEs, including 3 startups and 25 large companies working there. In the different business model approach, we mentioned them. So the circular economy design approach, a bit over 100 company. The optimal use model, 121 companies, and the value recovery around 70 companies. This depended on the number of partners involved in those activities. It's not there was no specific aim to have more focus on one of the others. So, but it shows we addressed all the business models in a reasonable way in our activities. This slide, you already seen it, the sectors, so I skip it. And I wanted to go a little bit back on the tools to comment on what Cesar said. I will not explain the tools, but we seen that for the assessment of circular economy maturity, the partners did really apply and use the tools which were developed in the project, and were happy to use it and found it convenient to use. So we have we have 2/3 of the partners using the circular assessment tools described by Cesar. Some French partner, the 14%, developed another tool which included circular economy and digital maturity into one tool, but congruent with our CIS tools. And then there was this additional tools used by some partners in Austria and Germany on this checking linear risk towards circular opportunities. This is also included in the toolbox. So we managed to do good transfer between the development activities in the toolkit and the local pilot action. And again, Cesar mentioned that for measurement of digital maturity, already a lot of tools were available. Roberto mentioned before that there was a strong movement on Industry 4.0 before the project started, when it was developed, and all those tools were already on the market and used by the partners. There was no need to develop them specifically. We also then, as a result of the local pilot action, developed a success cases brochure. I think it can be downloaded. We have, you see here, you have the QR code. You can download the success case, and we will hear some of them during the day. So I'm not developing them. Something on the result of the evaluation which was performed with the partners. What we learned from our pilot actions is that our pilot actions were the process was very good to raise the awareness and to raise a bit the maturity of the company, especially the ones with a low or medium maturity. We were not so successful in leveraging investments. We have some explanation about that, but it appeared that our activities focused on improving maturity and initiation, maybe of first activities of the companies. And for those activities, we were happy with the results, but we were not fully happy with the results. Looking at high maturity SMEs, maybe our tools were not developed enough for those kind of companies, and another kind of support would have been needed. And the tools, yeah, it's more or less the same results. We did try to analyze all our tools. They were quite useful for this awareness and maturity phase, and the one-to-one assistance was also quite useful for developing innovative activities, and we have less good results for leveraging investments. I skipped this one. The overall results from evaluation, it was difficult to involve SMEs with a low maturity level in the activities, but still, we needed to spend a lot of resources doing that, and including improving their maturity. So that took a lot of our resources in the project. And we had this focus on SMEs, also driven by the overall program. And towards the end, we thought, okay, maybe we could have had also some better or further impact by also targeting larger companies, which can involve their network of suppliers, which would then be SMEs, and try to not to reach directly the SMEs, but reach the SMEs through the larger companies, which we did not do in a systematic way, but which we needed to be explored maybe in further actions. We developed tools, and now we see, okay, we need different tools for different level of maturities. So this is an idea for the next steps to reach the high maturity company, and maybe we need to access those companies in a different way. our pilot action, Roberto mentioned, still, even if we had 1 year, it took a lot of time to involve the companies, to recruit them, to get them. It was a bit short. And at the end, we thought we could have consulted more with those companies and helped them more. But then the project was finished. But it probably always like this. Then you see you could go a bit further. And an important result, this combination of digital and circular economy expertise was not easy to reach in our pilot projects. We involved experts, and we always mentioned we should combine digital and circular. But most of the time, our experts had a strong focus on digital or a stronger focus on circular, and to get that expertise together was not always easy. So maybe we need to think how to do that better in further activities. That's it from my side. Thank you to the lead partner, to all the partners, and yeah, hopefully we'll meet in the Circular 5.0 final conference in some years, and we'll be happy with even more results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luc. We're now moving on to the last presentation in this block of presentations. Bianca Carr will take us through the Circular 4.0 action plan. Applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As a last point for this project, I'm going to present one of the main outputs, which is our Circular 4.0 action plan. My name is Bianca K. I'm from Austria Wirtschaftsservice, AWS. We are the Federal Promotional Bank of Austria, and we are located in Vienna, Austria. So why did we write an action plan? Why did we think an action plan was needed? We heard from Roberto and BWCon, from Luc from BWCon, that we had local actions, and during those local actions, we had a lot of learnings and lessons learned, so we put them all together in a document based on our project results. So why did we think it was needed? The OECD identified obstacles of circular economy. Some of them are listed here. There's, for example, lack of awareness, financial risks, culture barriers, etc. So all of these things are obstacles in circular economy. So this is one of the main reasons why we did the project and why we thought an action plan is needed. Moreover, in order to exchange knowledge and understanding of the national, local, and regional roadmaps and existing policy measures, we tried to extend value chains and optimize material flows, and we tried to overcome identified barriers and many more reasons. Of course, what also needs to be mentioned are the SDGs. Many of them kind of intertwine with what we have worked on in our project. There's also one of the core elements of the action plan and of our projects are the European Green Deal. Here you see the benefits that are mentioned, some of them being healthy and affordable food, more public transport, very important for our project, the longer lasting products that can be repaired, recycled, and reused. We heard of the transnational working groups that we worked on, so obviously a core element of our project and the action plan was the European Green Deal. What's the main content of this action plan? Think of it as a strategic document. It's about 20 to 25 pages long. Can be clustered in kind of three elements. The first one being strategic guidelines and orientations at a global, EU, national, regional level, dealing with circular economy and advanced technologies. Then we also presented Circular 4.0 project outcomes and lessons learned, and the EU cell policy orientations for the future program period. we identified 4 areas that we based our recommendations on, based on the project. The first one being governance and funding. Then we have supportive legislation, technologies and innovation, and last but not least, infrastructure and skills. For all these 4 areas, we identified specific actions that we recommend in order to tackle these areas. For governance and funding, we have, for example, setting up an Alpine space, Alpine 4.0 community space in the framework of the EUSOLB. For example, setting up a joint Alpine space, funding instruments, regional venture capitals, and creating a national value chain in circular economy. Then when it comes to legislation and regulations, there's enforcing regulations for recycling, setting up an Alpine space platform for exchanging information on green regulations, and an Alpine one-stop legal advisory service. When it comes to technologies and innovation, identifying existing key enabling technologies for scaling up, collaboration, enforcing correlation of research institutes and research infrastructures, sandboxes, test beds, and other experimental places. And last but not least, for infrastructure and skills, these are the 3 recommendations we mentioned in the action plan: upgrading, sustaining existing tools and training courses. We heard that we already work with training courses in our project. Continuous trainings with advanced technology use and industry applications, and organizing events such as this one here, where we promote Alpine space solutions and best practices. What are the concrete steps that we have taken in Circle 4.0? You basically already heard the main points. We worked in transnational working groups. We developed the Circle 4.0 toolkit. We had local actions addressed, and we are setting up a Circular 4.0 community on circular economy. All these things are described and mentioned in our action plan. And last but not least, but definitely not the least important, the lessons learned from the project. What have we learned in the 3 years that we have worked together? The first one being that awareness for circular economy certainly is key. We have noticed, especially in our pilot actions, that you need to learn how to communicate the concept of circular economy in small and medium-sized businesses. Many had a vague concept of, or an idea of what the concept is, but didn't fully grasp it. They didn't quite make the connection between circular economy, climate change, EU regulations, and green and digital transition. So raising awareness is certainly a key. Also creating a network is essential. Some companies, especially smaller ones, felt quite alone. They didn't know who to turn to. It's important that they learn from each other and use the available value chains and cooperate with each other. And also, it's important to connect actions directly with funding opportunities. Some companies had the ideas and the drive to accelerate their transition to circular economy, but didn't have the funding. There needs to be a flexibility for using tools, and one needs to cater to the individual. Not every company is the same, not all the needs are the same. And we also learned that if a company has already gone successfully through some kind of transition, for example, a digital one, the chances are higher that they are more successful or more ready to mature in the circular transformation. And very last but not least, often companies are not quite sure about regulations in their areas, and it was very useful to provide them with kind of a roadmap for green transitional regulations. That was it from the action plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bianca. With that, we concluded this round of presentations. We're going to move in a minute to the next panel. But first, we're going to do a short intermezzo. I would ask kindly everybody if you could grab your phone and just stand up right next to your chair. Just stand up. So without looking at your phone, can you list all the apps in the second row of your home screen? You can now check your phone. Did anybody get it right? You did? Bravo. One applause for the lady. That's interesting, right? We look at it every day, and still we do not pay attention to the things we see. By the way, now, if you can stop looking at your phone again, do you remember the exact time that was shown on the screen of your phone? No. Yes? Bravo. Okay, thank you very much. You can sit back down. So what was the point of this weird intermezzo? So the first point was just to break the sitting pattern. They say sitting is the new smoking. So we've been sitting for the last hour and a half. And the other point was just a reminder of how our attention can be easily manipulated, drawn away, or numbed. So the technology we're developing has quite a big potential to make that even more problematic. So let's keep that in mind when we're developing solutions and using technology in our lives. So with that, we can move to the next panel. We're gonna start talking about practices and experiences on circular economy in alpine space from the Circular 4.0 piloting phase. We have SMEs and experts in the next panel. We're gonna hear some success cases from SMEs. We're gonna hear some lessons learned. And the way this next panel is gonna unfold is we're gonna open up with a presentation from Maya, which is one of the success cases as an SME. Then we're gonna follow up with a moderated discussion where we will invite all the panelists to join into the discussion. And at the end, we're gonna conclude with one online presentation also of one of the success cases. So with that, I will invite Maya Chibe, the CEO of Beti, on the stage to take us away with her success case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram, for the introduction. I hope Maya will load my presentation. We had some misunderstanding, so I thought we would just have the moderated discussion. But nevertheless, a short presentation is also there. Maybe I can use this meantime to give thanks to the, let's say, the Circular 4.0 community for giving us the opportunity to participate in the program. And I do agree with Bianca, about the lessons learned. So for sure, for us, it was very helpful to have the expert support. And yeah, for sure, it would be helpful to have more time to polish the projects and so on. But nevertheless, I'm convinced we had a good pilot ready. And in the next few minutes, around 5 minutes, is it? I will try to guide you through our project. The project we named Disco 5, just to have a short name, and you can keep in mind. I will try to explain why we chose that name and how we came to actually even to to the... yeah, sorry. Can I get the other mic? Because I must move around a little. Okay, thanks. Okay, now it should work. So, to go back, I will quickly go through how we started with the project, what was the background, and what is the whole idea. As you could see already, now this thing is not working. So can you move to the next slide? First of all, how we came to the name Disco 5. For those of you who are not from Slovenia, you will learn a few Slovenian words. So the D stands as design. Okay, that's simple. I stands as innovative, S as Slovenian, KO as krožno, circular, O as oblačilna industrija, clothing industry, and the number 5 has few different meanings, starting from the sustainability, underwear, and even 5 main circular points we try to cover in our project. When we started, maybe, and this is maybe the part I should start with, I'm not sure if all of you have heard of company Beti. Beti today is a smaller, medium-sized company. We are specialized in dyed yarn production, but in the past, let's say in the 70s, 80s, 90s, Beti was basically the #1 brand in the region of Slovenia and Yugoslavia for underwear and for swimwear and similar clothing. Okay. One of the, let's say, how we came to the idea for this project is because people were coming and saying, oh yeah, I still have a pyjama from Beti from 20, 30 years ago. And then when we talked to the people, we found out that in the past, underwear was built to last 280 washes. And do you know how many washes your underwear will last? Like 50. Today, 50 in textiles is considered permanent. Before going into this project, we found some very interesting statistics, like what, or let's say which clothing is like the most sustainable and which is the least sustainable. And it turned out that, okay, luxury brands tend to be quite high. They invest a lot and they are, you know, moving in the direction of circularity and sustainability. And then you can see underwear is like at the very bottom with the lowest sustainability score. So starting from this, we said, okay, what should we do? In which direction should we then go with a circular underwear? And we did a little research, what's there already said and done in the area of sustainability in textiles. And there's a lot of things going on. There's like a new strategy at the European level. There, of course, the Ellen MacArthur's Foundation wrote a document, a vision of a circular economy in fashion. And what we found interesting that the big brands like Nike or even H&M, Zara, they are doing a lot of projects in this area, and they share the information. So you can find a lot of even handbooks online that can support you in doing circular design. Okay. So yeah, the proposed solution we did in our pilot is to have a circular design from the very beginning, to use the recycled or biodegradable materials in 100%. Of course, to avoid waste during the whole process. And then the main issue where I started, durability. Of course, we didn't forget about the closing the loop and enabling circularity. And this was really a point we developed during the workshops. It's the modular design. Because at the moment, the level of technologies in textiles are still not advanced enough to close the loop without a modular design. And the thing that it's becoming very, how to say, not popular, but more and more comes in front in the textile sector, is the traceability and transparency. And we found and decided that giving a certain type of digital identity to our product will enable us to support this and to give enough traceability and transparency. Here is just an example of one of the KPIs we have in our project. And it basically compares the durability of a certain product, spanning from 6 months to a few years, and of course the use frequency. And for me, this was like the most entertaining part of the pilot. We did a survey and we were asking people, how many pieces of underwear do you own and how often do you wash them and change them and things like that. Yeah, and in the end, you know, it turned out, yeah, we do have like a lot of pieces. We don't use so many of them. Like we have like favorite pieces which we use. And, but no, they are not very durable. And especially men. So the men were complaining significantly about the, you know, defects that happened too quickly on their underwear. So the target of our project is to improve the durability or to increase it 2 times, from 2 to 4 years. Why we are confident we will do it and how we plan to do it. In Slovenia, there are still textile companies covering the whole value chain. And we managed to make a group or to connect all these 3 companies, starting with Beti as the yarn producer and Implet producing fabrics and Comet producing the final garments. I'm confident, and we know that all these companies have highly skilled teams and personnel. And the last sentence, tradition meets innovative technologies, I think this connects to the, or let's say, summarizes the whole idea of the Circular 4.0. Because to make really this leap to Circular 4.0, we must be innovative. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. You can already grab the hot seat on this side of the stage. Yeah, we will continue with the moderated discussion. Maya is one of our panelists, and the other ones I would invite Luc Schmerber, who you already had the opportunity to meet, Yuri Giacomelli from Giacomelli Media, Dr. Albachiara Boffelli from University of Bergamo, and do we have Florian Reininger? No, did not come. Okay. Could we just switch seats, please? So I'm on the side. Thank you. This will be your microphone. Who will be the first? Okay. Thanks, Yuri.
Okay. There is nobody else here, so.
Yeah. So thanks everybody for joining in on this discussion. Maya, you already introduced yourself. I would give the word to the rest of the panelists just to introduce yourself, your organization, and shortly what your role is in the circular and digital transformation.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. I'm very pleased to be here and to participate in this final event of Circular 4.0. I'm Albachiara Boffelli. I'm from the University of Bergamo, from the Department of Management, Production and Information Engineering. I participated to the Circular 4.0 project as an expert. So I was involved by Confindustria Bergamo. Marta is here representing Confindustria Bergamo. I would say that my role in circular and digital transformation was more an observer role. So I was involved in the pilot action, so talking with the companies and assessing them from mainly the circular point of view, even though I also had a chance to go through the digital assessment of these companies. So I think I was more an observer, but from a certain point of view, I also felt like a catalyst somehow. I was triggering some reflections on these companies, and it was I would say, great feeling from my side, because they were really starting reasoning and reflecting on both the circular and the digital transitions. I think also we managed with Confindustria Bergamo to create a sort of network of companies in our territory, because all the companies involved in this project were actually able to interact and to participate in the final event. So somehow, even if we pose ourselves as observers, we managed to become also a sort of trigger, catalytic factor in this transition in our territory. What we experienced was a sort of disconnection between the two transitions. The companies involved were perceiving the two transitions as parallel. They couldn't perceive the synergistic effect among the two. So that was in a bit my experience.
Shall I go on? Good morning, everybody. My name is Yuri Giacomelli. I'm very pleased to be here with you. I represent Giacomelli Media, who was partnering to two project partners in this whole process, to the lead partner, the Technology Park of Ljubljana and Josef Stefan Institute. So we feel like we were, quite deeply involved in this whole process from the very start to, or actually from the kickoff meeting when I had a chance to speak as well until this last event. And I'm particularly happy that finally, I can meet in person many of you, because these have been two difficult years when we became friends, digital friends, but it's the first time that we can maybe have coffee together in a real sense, or hopefully even have a toast or later on. What we do, we are an advisory firm focusing on business model development and implementation, and we do this in very many different contexts, particularly like innovators and disruptors. And together with all partners, we contributed to this, beautiful tool that Cesar presented this morning. We had some kind of a, how can I say, an ancestor that we developed years ago for the Slovenian Development Bank, and with much more detailed. And we considered, the bankers to be very advanced, that they demanded something like that, sometime back in 2017 when, we started this project. And then we made a simpler version, and from the simpler version, that would be, ready for SMEs, that's something that everybody can do basically. So useful for self-evaluation, and certainly in this project we use this experience to upgrade the concept, but also to do the overview and see what is out there in the market. So we met a number of other assessment tools, and I mean, more than just at some point we really felt like it's good that we use these tools. But we should not stick to one tool, and make it like a law. It's not. This is not the purpose. The purpose is really learning, going deep, and understanding where you are as a company, and then trying to identify opportunities in going circular, which will lead you over very many barriers that we still encounter. So any tool that you find useful should be applied, and knowledge should be acquired and shared further. So it was really a nice journey, through training the trainers all the way to enabling, let's call them the front runners to the pilot actions. And one day, together with my colleague Sebastian, in spite of the fact that we were still, in COVID times, and quite a good part of the activities were carried out online, we said, well, we have to go to Metlika. Because these guys are serious, after the first couple of meetings online, so we want to go there. It was, what was it, early autumn or something? It was a beautiful drive, when you go out of the office or your home after a while, and you see the colored wood and so on. So it was a very good meeting that we had. I really enjoyed it, and I'm so happy that Maya is here today. And I'm just to conclude this first round. I really think what we can do. I appreciate the ambition that we outlined in the action plan, but above all, what we can do is to continue working together, and to onboard companies, to continue concentrate knowledge and share knowledge, because certainly we have to be aware that companies should be first, but what the rest of us can do is to help them on board, to share knowledge, and to promote innovation that will really foster more and more circular models, and that will also be a point of orientation for the regulatory framework, which has been changing through these years, and is still, I think, the aspect or the dimension of in the entire circular transition that is at the same time the most demanding and the most kind of lacking at this very moment, because I'm convinced that our awareness as consumers, as business people, is actually quite mature already. But the framework that we have to agree upon requires a much more difficult process, a multi-level process. So, and what we can do is really to contribute to this as well. Thank you.
Maybe should I say still introduce myself before, so maybe we can go to the questions. One.
You remember, look, right?
It's well, the time span of attention you mentioned is not so huge, but it should be enough.
Thank you for driving the optimization. Yeah, so let's jump right into the beginning, right? So it all starts with the right motivation. Yuri already touched upon that. So the opportunities, the barriers. So my question to all of you is, what would you say are the main motivators? What drives the circular and digital transformations in your businesses or in the businesses you work with? And what are the main barriers? Yeah.
So maybe this time I need to start because I have the microphone. So I will report more on the experiences we had with our German partners and their experts, which I exchanged also more deeper. So the basic thing is that there is not a huge move towards circular, but there is already a strong move. Maya mentioned that toward at least curved models. I mean, durability is a motivation. Material efficiency was a strong motivation for a lot of companies. Also because it's perceived as a competitive advantage. You can use that as a competitive advantage. Some of and there is a knowledge, I think also Yuri mentioned that everybody also into the companies, they do not close their eyes, that there is a need, the understanding there is a need to do something. But there are barriers, which we mentioned. That so one barrier is the knowledge or the awareness, how to do, what to do. And this is also linked a bit, at least it was very strongly mentioned by the German companies, the lack of regulative, normative, legislative environment, what is coming up. There will be something coming up, but what is coming up? And if we do something, and then the law says something else, and we will have a disadvantage compared to our competitors who are not doing anything. So there was here a strong barrier on this side, which we could observe, basically.
So the motivation. I mean, the motivation is the beginning of some choices, right? So let's be very explicit on this. I really feel very motivated in working on the advancement of circularity at large, because it allows me to work with innovators, with those who see into the future, instead of being on the side of incumbents. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's sometimes a very bitter and hard choice, because very many times it's much more comfortable to be on the side of incumbents. So it comes from beliefs, and then also it's extremely rewarding seeing maybe your tiny contribution to something beautiful that then flourishes thanks to the contribution of many actors. And that are necessary in making innovation happen. And this is, I mean, circularity really essentially is innovation in the deepest sense, that has got very strong dimensions, ranging from technologies to social implications, to legal and regulatory ones. So I think it's an extremely rewarding activity, and that is, I think, where somehow we all share there. We are. I remember when my first deep dive into the circularity. I had just quit my job at a bank where we successfully saved, this was the time of the financial crisis. We saved the bank, and I thought, okay, now I can finally go back to what I was doing before. And
sorry, Yuri, is the mic turned on?
I don't know, but
is the light?
Is it? Yeah. Okay. So and I was there the next day in Amsterdam, starting a 3-day seminar on the circular economy. And I found myself with a tie like today, among people who were so inspired and who were actually a tribe. And so this means that they were sharing very strong beliefs, and they saw deeply into the future. And that's something that we need to foster among ourselves. I mean, of course, beliefs should not. I mean, we are of course rational people, and all that. But it's really important to not to forget that all our efforts have much more sense and also much more effect if we do this together as a social action. Also, you know, talking about us, companies, and those who support companies in doing it.
What to say? So the question was, what's the motivation? When you ask the question, my first idea was that for us as a company, or for me as the CEO, it's very important to have a motivated team. So if the team sees what the project will bring, and let's say what's in it for them, it will succeed. Just to give an example, all the best digitalization projects, small projects inside the company, were successful when the team saw an advantage for them. And also in the end, if you ask me, will you buy our circular disco underwear? Well, I'm sure we will have to show what's in it for you as the user. So motivation as a general, I would say it needs to answer what's in it for me, and what's in it for me depends on my values. That would be my answer.
Thank you. Okay. I think actually the first two speakers answered more on what drives the circular transformation, and you answered also what drives the digital transformation. So I will jump in on the digital side, and I think at least for Italian companies, so the context that I know, the main driver, the main motivator for them was incentives. So having incentives, money from the government, actually drove them towards investing in the digital transformation. And the same was not true for the circular transformation. So we didn't have, at least until now, many incentives to drive the companies towards this effort and this transformation. But what we saw with the digital transformation actually was that companies started investing in new machines, new tools, new technologies, but without being ready. So without having a proper organization, having the proper mindset, the proper culture, the proper motivation to do so. So still a lot of money are coming, I would say, from multiple initiatives, also for small and medium enterprises. We need to be aware about this problem and what went wrong with the incentives for the digital transformation, and be aware and be ready to not doing the same mistakes. So I would say these can be the main motivator for companies, but also there are many other benefits and reasons for that may drive both the digital and the circular transformation. Like this is now a competitive advantage for them, so they need to be both digital and circular if they want to become competitive on the market. So even though the main driver may be the incentives and the financial support, of course there are other reasons that should drive them towards being more digital and circular. And the two of them actually may go together, so it's important to make them understand that this can happen.
Chiara, I will touch on your. I'll touch up on your point. You mentioned a lot about incentives. So, what kind of support do you think the ecosystem, so the policymakers, support organizations, clusters, should and could provide to SMEs? So, why and how can we form this community?
Mm-hmm. I was mentioning incentives and also projects from the European Commission, but also regional projects and national projects. I think SMEs have many difficulties in accessing this type of financing, so this type of funding. So building a network like this can help them accessing, can help them being part of a community, find the right partners, see examples of other companies that made it and were able to participate in this type of network. but also learn from the large companies, because we saw in one of the previous presentation that large companies can lead the way and then involve SMEs in this transition, in this path. So participating to the network, I think, is one of the main support that this type of community can give, but also creating a way to bring them some benchmarking, some best practices that they can follow, they can learn from cases of success. They need to be motivated again. So looking at those success cases can be helpful for them to start this transition. I have some notes here, so because I don't want to forget. But other things that can be helpful, I would say ad hoc roadmaps. Every company has a different need, have different starting point, different level they have already reached, so they need ad hoc roadmaps and activities they can do in order to bring forward this path. And it's a never-ending path. Even if you are the best company in the world in terms of circularity, actually you can do more, and it's not enough to change things. Other things that we could bring to SMEs, to companies, coaching and training. There are many experts involved. There are many people here that are expert in either circularity or digitalization or both. So why don't we give something back in terms of training? There are some actions that are already planned in this program, and I'm very happy to hear about it. But I think this could really help them creating the right culture, the right mindset, and start this transformation.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague basically in all the points. And since, let's say, the first question was incentives, I took a note at the beginning when Bart had a presentation, and he said that, we need to see and learn and to get inspired and then to hurt and to receive and so on. So where do incentives come in? So for sure, during the Circularity 4.0 workshops, we saw success stories, and we learned, and we got new skills, and we are inspired. And Miss Maria asked me before if we are hurting now with the energy costs, and yes, we are. And so yeah, what's the next step? It's the incentives. So for sure, it would help us to move our project forward quicker if we get some incentive. But the thing which I also believe the Circular 4.0 showed, and also some other projects where we as company participated, I do believe a combination of experts and incentives, it's a very good combination. Because as an SME, you don't have you don't have huge teams of people who can, follow everything, be experts in all the areas. And that's why such projects are really an added value for us.
Just to add to that, I fully agree with what has been said related to how we can incentivize the circular transition better. Now I discovered that if you call it straight into your mouth, and it sounds better. So what to do to accelerate this transition? We should not forget that this is a systemic transition. So it's multi-level and multi-actor transition. And nobody can get there alone. It's impossible. If it were possible, then many of us would already be there. Then stemming from there, we should also appreciate what we already have in place. We have to be aware that the European Union is the the leader in this. And the systemic framework that has been put in place is actually very well thought and very advanced. And it's an example for other global regions in the world. And what we should do is continue decisively with the implementation and the enhancement of this framework. There are many pitfalls on the way, deriving from, maybe some complacency, maybe, from some geopolitical issues, and maybe the lack of, speed of knowledge transfer or the lack of knowledge as such. So all this has to be well observed and taken care of. So this means that, we have to facilitate the transmission of information and collaboration with all these actors that are involved in this process. And let me just demonstrate one aspect to be clearer. Right now, in the last months, we are living, a very delicate situation regarding the energy resources, and all this, it may seem that it has overshadowed the circularity agenda by putting the energy agenda in front of it, seemingly. What means that we are much more concerned with, of course, showing the security, the energy security in the short term, but also to speeding up the race for renewables, renewable energy sources in the long term. However, we should again not forget it's a systemic shift that entails all aspects. So I see it quite dangerous to limit the understanding of circularity only to material flows. I think this is something that has to be carefully addressed and has to be understood in two ways. First of all, we cannot separate the transition from linear to circular, by looking, differently between materials and energy flows. That would be suicidal because these things are intertwined. And many times, one aspect enables the other and vice versa. Secondly, in the implementation of the legislative framework, and I'm referring to the whole sustainability finance platform and the EU taxonomy and so on. Here we have to heavily promote not just waste to energy dimension, which is one of the dimensions along which the delegated acts and other regulatory framework is being built, but also energy to energy, because this is just as well a very precious aspect. And for example, right now we have been seeing a huge support to hydrogen, to clean hydrogen, which can be not just another source of like renewable energy source, but it can be also the facilitator of these conversions. So this is just to demonstrate one area where we can slide back into some complacency and say, okay, let's wait now so that they write all these delegated acts and all the rest, and then we will act accordingly and it'll be fine. No way. We have to continuously exchange knowledge and foster this understanding that the systemic shift is complex, and that we are actually still at the very beginning of this road. But I mean, at the very early stage of this road, not anymore at the beginning. So that would really help, advance, because if we don't do it from the leadership perspective, then we can forget about it. So if we slow down the pressure, and here the EU Commission has been a real let's say, has demonstrated enough leadership so far in the last two mandates, I would say, at least, if not three, and that has to be even further reinforced in spite of maybe temporary situations or crises that we are seeing also right now that should not overshadow what we are doing, because no matter what, going circular has always been the right answer.
So a lot of right things have been said already, but maybe from our perspective as a business support provider to SMEs in daily contact with SMEs, would come back to a few points. One is mentioned and highlighted by Bart Stegemann at the beginning. Circular transformation is innovation, so and there is a need to get funding and for companies to help de-risking this transformation. So we try to make use of the innovation programs that do exist, or not to sell it as circular, but to sell it as innovative, which is, and maybe there is a lobby work also to do, that there is more program going into that meaning that maybe innovative needs to be circular, otherwise it's not innovative, but that is on another perspective on the longer term. And we mentioned that this barrier of knowledge and awareness, and we, on a practical side, as BVCon, for instance, we are managing throughout the region Baden-Württemberg the so-called digital innovation hubs, which is a concept which is known by most of the people, I guess. And this does exist, and we try or we will try, because we're also starting and changing ourselves, to include more of the circular into the digital innovation hub. Maybe they will change name at some time, I don't know, but say, okay, we have the contact to the people, we have some expertise, and now we need to put more circular expertise into the existing networks of digital, and hopefully that would help a lot of companies to make some steps in that direction on a very practical level, let's say.
Thank you so much. Because we're coming to the conclusion, so if you could condense, all of you were collaborating in the Circular 4.0 project, all of you were involved in this transformation, either as an SME or as an expert. So if you could condense your lessons that you learned through this project into 1 or 2 sentences, what would it be?
So I will repeat a bit what my colleagues have said about circular, but basically what we took away as BVCon and is that we need to reinforce the awareness activities to reach out to the companies, to promote, to inform. We need to help the companies get access to funding and resources. So the combination Maya mentioned of funding and expertise. And we need to maintain the community, to develop, I think Yuri mentioned that also, to develop this shared expertise, because we are all learning all the time, and we need to learn a lot more, because not only the companies do not know, but we also do not know all about it, of course. And so those will be our 3 main pillars of actions in the next years.
I couldn't agree more, and a lot has already been shared, and I tried actually to convey many of the takeaways that we received. So it was a lot. I think this is the first thing that should be said. Secondly, I would just like to underscore once more, we should continue fostering the community and focus our efforts towards innovators, both in terms of knowledge as well as in terms of financing that can derive from very many sources, and blended type of finance should be where we should seek answers to this very component.
Thinking what to say since already most of the things were said, but in any case my conclusion in one word would be still innovation. And one thing came to my mind. So 2 weeks ago I visited an exhibition at the Museum of Architecture and Design in Ljubljana. And it's showing like one of the pieces, like one of the central pieces at the exhibition is a hat, a shepherd's hat, which is made, like it's one piece made of a mushroom. So the material used to make this hat was a mushroom, which this farmer found in the forests. I think the hat is 100 or 200 years old. And on the other side, we know that in textiles today, they use mushroom tissue to do 3D printing of textile pieces. And this is where I see how innovation can drive circular transformation. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with everything that was said by the other panelists. And since I know that we are standing from the audience and the break, I will keep it short. Beside what was have been said, I think something that we learned that could be helpful also for the audience, I would say, is that actually companies that have been involved in this project are willing to go further with the activities. They're already ready for the follow-up, so they want to be part of this community. We are starting doing it as a university. We always do research, so we are involving some of the champions so that resulted from our assessment to follow-ups. So they're willing to participate. They want to know more about how they could link the circular and the digital transition. So we are trying to involve them in some further activities. So I think that what has been said today and the direction that this community is taking is the right one. And companies also want to be part of this community. So thank you.
A big warm thank you to all the four of you. I really found your answers inspiring, and the fact that you were also synchronized in your answers is really a good sign that that we are moving in a harmonious right direction. So thank you very much. You're free to take your seats. We have one short online presentation left, and then we take off to the coffee break. So the presentation will be by Benjamin Lallemand, who will present the case of NV. So another one of the success cases that came out during this project. Benjamin, take it away.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Is it okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So I will talk about today about the pilot action that took place in Grand Est in France, and more specifically about one success case from a company called Envie. So in Grand Est, we've chosen to work with SMEs in the building, in the agri-food, in the textile, and in the recycling industry. Because those sectors are of huge importance in Grand Est. About the pilot action path, it consisted in several modules that were adapted to each circular and digital maturity levels. And more specifically, we organized 3 webinars of introduction to circular industry and circular economy. And several workshops describing the opportunities offered by digital technologies. And this all enabled us to recruit 24 SMEs, regional SMEs, that benefited from the same diagnostic tool to draw a personal path in this pilot action. And depending on the digital and circular maturity, they could benefit from either 2-day training workshops to understand how to integrate circular economy in the company business model. And they could also benefit from an individual support by a project manager to define its roadmap for circular and digital economy and to implement it. This slide is just to quickly review the overall results. So as we're experts in innovation management with some special competencies in digital transformation, we managed to attract SMEs representing all the targeted sectors that I presented before, and mainly SMEs that we are looking for digital solutions. So in the following slides, I will briefly introduce the success cases, and this one represents the recycling sector. So for those who are interested in the life cycle of household appliance, I choose to tell you about Envie. This association has a clear mission to put back on sale at reduced prices outdated or broken down household appliance, and primarily to people in precarious situations. This SMEs has another particularity because it relies on employees who have to be taught from the job from scratch, so that they are able to carry out activities such as collecting and sorting, cleaning, repairing, painting, testing, so that the company is able to rent or sell spare parts or reconditioned products. So why did the company join the pilot action? In fact, the company is currently facing various challenges. It has to increase the amount of renovated equipment by the law. It has to provide spare parts to some other companies. It has to enhance its competitivity and to reduce its own the impact of its own activity on the environment. And also they have to recruit more and provide effective support to employees to do all that. So that's a lot of multiple business transformation to tackle, to remain competitive. And the company was held back by some factors. In fact, they have obsolete workstations and business software. They have little knowledge about digital solution, and their employees are with little digital maturity. So that's why they came to us. And Circular 4.0 program enabled them to find the right digital technologies, more precisely, OCR and artificial intelligence to carry out predictive diagnostic, to optimize home repairs, sort out the appliance that can be refurbished, or the recoverable parts. It also enabled to facilitate the integration of human resources through self-training. We also help them to develop and integrate an ERP to manage repairing operations, spare part sellings, and after sales. And also it helps to manage a lot more of rent on the repair appliance than before. This ERP was also a key in the management of online sales. I cannot tell you about the details, but it's yours. And Circular 4.0 also helps them to recruit various experts that helps them to find the right cobots and automation solutions to improve productivity and quality of life at work. So what results did it reach? In fact, all the solutions are not developed for and installed for the moment. So you have to take that and to keep that in mind, but the expected results are a diversification in the sale of spare parts, an improved rate of equipment reuse, a reduction in the number of wrecks to be recycled, also a reduction in the use of new components, an improved remote diagnosis, optimized home visits as a consequence, and a reduction of energy consumption. The technologies we managed to present to them also enabled a reduction of wastewater and volatile organic compounds used to wash the domestic appliance before repairing. So to summarize, this is a success case that shows that digital technologies represent a high opportunity to increase the volume of circular businesses and to reduce the impact on the environment. But we have to keep in mind that for the moment we could not measure quantitatively the impact. This is still the way, so go across, but it's not finished. And yes, this project enables the company to be awarded in 2022 with l'Éca d'Or, a French award in flow management, more specifically. So that's all for the success case. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Let's conclude with one question for you. So based on your experience in the training process of Circular 4.0, what would be, in short, your recommendation to the SMEs?
What we are seeing is a circular and digital transition which, okay, depending on the sector of activity, started earlier or later, and is accelerating in different ways. But the question is therefore not why or when to start, but how. And this pilot action confirms that the investment in this multiple transition is heavy for SMEs. It requires them to review many of the routines they have put in place, whether with partners or in internal processes. So my recommendation would be that they commit themselves fully to it, not from time to time and not just one person in the company. That is, from my point of view, inefficient. In fact, the companies that are most successful in this transition are those that seek to build a new competitive advantage and to give more meaning to the activities through these transitions. So these are important conditions, I think, also for getting employees on board and therefore for making this transition a success. And yeah, you have to build tools and support programs that are designed to support all those conditions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, and now the break. Let's be back at 15 to 12. After the break, we're going to have the next panel, which will be moderated by Roberto Sandrini, whom you already met. So enjoy the break, hydrate a little bit, have some conversations, and see you in 12 minutes. Thank you.
sit here and I will start. I will take over.
Yeah.
You can. Yeah. Okay, so we don't split the point.
Yeah, so I don't. That makes no sense. Yeah. Okay. So, and after you finish, you can just invite them to the lunch.
Okay. Yeah, because after me there is the lunch break.
There's lunch. Yeah. So you can just.
Yeah, it is 45 minutes.
Your session. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Then we have
12,
1 hour lunch.
12:30.
So I simply said that the last one will make an additional presentation. So it is just a way to push people enter into the room. But I think that we are still missing somebody. So it's not a treat, it is a benefit to do a presentation. Yes. So we go ahead. Our panel is the second panel. The good news is that after the panel there will be the lunch break, so it is a good time because people usually are waiting for the lunch, so they will pay much more attention. So I just joke a little bit or so, but today we have three kinds of contribution to this panel. Three of the speakers are here, 2 speakers are connected, and 1 recorded because he was not able to attend and he recorded, she recorded her speech. I apologize immediately because I'm in trouble to pronounce the name in the correct way, so but I will avoid to say all the names. I will just use Maria because it is very easy for me. So first of all, we have Maria with us. Then we have William that is connected online. William, Mr. William Neale, are you with us?
I'm here. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Carlo Vigna. Carlo, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, and thank you for joining. Miss Blanca Bartol is recorded and will be with us with the recorded speech. Then we have Mr. Matija Pavlocic and last, Andreas Jenne. So we invited these speakers to come here and to talk a little bit about one topic. Who is the contribution that the institution they are representing is given to the Green Deal implementation or the circularity process implementation, of course, depending on the competence, depending on the area of reference. Here we have 3 different levels. We have the European level, we have the macro strategy level, and then we have the national level. So we have different levels, but all of them are involved. And now I kindly ask each of you to introduce yourself and summarize what is the contribution that you and your institution is giving to the announcement of the circularity. We start from Maria.
Thank you. May I stand up because I have presentation? Please, can you share it?
Are we in the middle, or can you see the slide?
Okay, hello again. My name is Maria Cebular-Zayat. I'm coming from the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. Besides circular economy, I cover also industrial policy, so that's why my presentation will focus a little bit on the industrial policy. Can you go? Yeah. Okay, so last year the government adopted new Slovenian industrial strategy 2021 and 2030, which is focused on green, creative and smart development. Goals are of course in line with the EU industrial strategy, which is focusing on twin transition, green and digital. And on strategic and autonomy and resilience, which is especially in this energy and material crisis very important, because we witness disruption in global supply chains in different forms. For example, in the form of more expensive raw materials, products and energy, or even in their inaccessibility. For example, in the case of chips, magnesium, even wood. So we are trying somehow to reduce vulnerability to all these effects. Next slide, please. Next. So we made 3 pillars, if I may say so, of industrial strategy. And the first one is focusing on green development with 4 sub-chapters or sub-actions. First is transition to a low-carbon circular economy, where we are cooperating very closely with Climate Kick to implement this deep demonstration project. Then the second intention or subchapter is about decarbonizing energy-intensive industries. Then we have actions in the field of sustainable mobility, and last but not least, on industry based on wood and other natural materials. Next slide, please. Next. So I didn't put slides on creative or smart development, even if we know that creative is about innovation, is about supportive environment, is about, I don't know, making products better, and also about non-technological innovation. And smart is of course about digital, about industry 4.0, also about R&D, different R&D projects. But nevertheless, at the end we have 61 guidelines which have been formulated for measures which are already being implemented also through the Recovery and Resilience Plan. As mentioned in the beginning, we have published around 15 or maybe already 20, I don't know, tenders worth for 670 million euros. And these public calls are being directed strongly towards sustainable, green, smart, innovative direction. So the key purpose is to focus on circular and digital by design in every product, every measure, every I don't know what, and to think green, creative, and smart first. We know that from the past, the European Commission pursued think small first, and we want that the new parole would be think green, creative, and smart first. This is for the
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now from Slovenia, we move to the European dimension. Mr. William Neale from the DG Environment is connected from Brussels. And thank you very much for your contribution, because we would like really understand what your DG is doing in the frame of the big Green Deal challenge at European level. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry I can't be with you in Slovenia. It's a country I love very much. It was just mentioned the green and digital twins as being really the motors of the European growth strategy and recovery strategy. But if any of you know Melvin Kranzberg, the American historian, he set 6 laws of technology. And the first one is that technology is not good and it's not bad, but it's not neutral either. And I think that when we're trying to harness digital technologies for sustainability, we shouldn't just assume that they will do good. It's really how we harness them and how we frame the policies to use them, which will define whether they are just accelerating linear consumption and production methods or whether they're really enabling circularity. So what are we doing? I guess many of you will have seen our Circular Economy Action Plan from 7 years ago, and the one that we're now implementing. We have legislation, for example, on waste. We have targets and so on. We have value chain approach, so the plastic strategy in 2018, textile strategy, which we adopted in March this year. But I think that the real step change has come again in March this year with the adoption by the Commission of its proposal for eco-design for sustainable products. And here we're really moving circularity into the realms of the single market. We're talking about bringing in requirements for circularity in order to be able to put a product on the market. So it's a level playing field approach, but we're talking about minimum requirements to put a product on the European market. Eco-design exists already, but it's been very much focused on energy, and we're bringing in circularity, really harnessing the power of 450 million consumers in Europe to say that we need to have products which are repairable, which are durable, etc. Now the biggest step change here has been that we have included in that proposal not only physical requirements but data requirements, and we've brought in what we call a digital product passport. Now the idea here is that as so much of the value of products today is bound up in the data that they carry, the data that they generate even, and circular economy is all about retaining value. Now a lot of the information that would be useful for retaining value of a product just doesn't travel with the product on its journey through the economy. It's lost. So the producer has, or the person putting the product on the market has a lot of information about what it contains, the substances that we use to make it, how to disassemble it, where the spare parts are, all of this kind of information. But it's just not made available to a recycler at the end of its life, or to a consumer, remanufacturer, refurbisher, whoever might transact with that product during its lifetime. And that means that we lose a lot of that circular value. So what we're proposing is to use existing technologies, rather cheap technologies, to have a data carrier on every product, on the European market. So it could be some kind of barcode or a tag. To have a link, a kind of URL from that to a unique identifier to that product, which would give you access to data about that product. And that data would be decentralized. It would be kept where that data was generated. So it's really just an obligation on the person putting the product on the market to have that data available on their server, accessible by scanning the data carrier on the product. Now, I call this data for action. It's not because the Commission wants to have lots of data about products on a big server in the cellar of a Commission building in Brussels. It's really about letting businesses get along value chains get information, letting consumers get information. So I call it data for action. It's really about making available the data that would allow certain circular business models to actually work. So that is where we are. At the moment, we are in negotiations. We've made the proposal for eco-design. It's being discussed by the member states in the Council of Ministers and by the European Parliament. We expect it to be entering into force maybe in about 2 years. And then for each product group, we would have what we call a delegated act, so secondary legislation, which would define the data requirements for that particular product group. Because, of course, when you're looking at a bottle of shampoo, the information that will be relevant is a lot different to if you're looking at a smartphone and so on. So it will be a process in order to identify what data is the most relevant to circularity. And, of course, that process will involve impact assessments and stakeholder consultations and so on. But I think that it will be an extremely powerful tool, and I think maybe even more powerful than the physical requirements that we will have on products. Physical requirements will be at the moment that the product is designed and made. It can be very powerful. It really can define, we reckon it defines about 80% of the product's sustainability throughout its lifetime. But the data requirements will be active throughout the life of the product. It's not just something which is when you put the product on the market. We will be looking for dynamic data on that product, not just static data. So I think it will be a powerful tool. But I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And your explanation of the roadmap for the Green Deal Implementation Action Plan is very interesting. We particularly included in our project the last packages that have been developed. I mean plastics, I mean eco-design. So we look forward to seeing the next one that you announced today. So thank you very much. We move to the Alpine macro strategy. Today we have Mr. Carlo Vigna, which is the leader of the action group number 5, and he will continue considering a sovereign national dimension. Thank you, Carlo. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for inviting me for this opportunity. And as you mentioned, my contribution will be from the perspective of the EUSALP, so the European strategy of the Alpine macro region. And I will share some slides just to restate. I think it was already mentioned, but as you can see in the slide.
Yes, we see the slide.
The general framework is very clear. It's the twin transition. These are the main priorities at the European level, and also these are the main priorities for the EUSALP. Of course, EUSALP has the way to contribute to these two main priorities, but also, and the little thing I will add is that the digital transition it's a key role for the territories, for the future development of all the territories. So this transformation, as stated also by European Commission, need to be fair, sustainable, competitive, and also inclusive. These are very relevant points, and for this goal, of course, was created the USALP strategy, and because as you know, Alpine territories start from the same needs. They have to identify common goals and the common vision, how to implement the right solution and the effective solution to these challenges. So in the USALP are working together 48 regions coming from seven countries. And as you already also knows, it's a multi-level strategies that start from the political level of the General Assembly, go to the Executive Board, that is the national coordination level, and then go to the action group. There are 9 action groups that are the content creator of the strategy. The strategy has 3 main pillars. The first one is the economic growth and innovation. The second one are the mobility and connectivity. And the third one is the environment and energy. And of course, the circular economy touch, and it's relevant for all of the 3 pillars. So it's a cross-sectoral, and we'll say also a cross-action group priority. As a AG5, we are within the second pillar, and our aim, our mission is to connect people electronically, so all the connectivity, but also to promote accessibility to the public services, so the digital services. And you can see here, just to mention them, what are the main topics and the priorities we are working on. And the first one are smart villages, because of course the digital transformation of mountain and rural territories must be inclusive and developed in a participative way with all the players. And so the local communities must identify what can be the new technology that will solve their specific needs and challenges. So it's a bottom-up approach. Then we work on all the topics about transport and mobility, also cross-border solution, and how to implement data strategies specific for the Alpine region, of course, starting from open data, big data. I already mentioned it, but it's very relevant how to provide an effective and promote an effective access to the services of general interest, so public services, and so digital services also for public administration. Of course, one other key point is how to provide future-proof digital infrastructure for the Alpine region, from connectivity, data centers, distributed facilities, and so on. And of course, all the topics that are under the digitalization umbrella, so also the networking, the diffusion, the events, what you can see there as digital Alps. As in all the action group, there are a lot of members, and these members give some focal point on these activities. Last slide for this introduction, and the main goal is to develop all these policies at the general level, but also to be connected with specific projects and support specific initiatives, trying to be inclusive for all the territories. So the special focal points are mountains and rural peripheral territories. Of course, also big cities, but the gap and the challenges sometimes are very different for this kind of territories. This is the example of Aosta Valley region, but of course it's very different from it's not so different for all the Alpine territories. And so the policies must address the two twin strategies to provide a continuous solution, because the challenges of fragmentation, scarcity of resources, or impact of the environment are also more relevant when you think to the mountain and the rural territories, and also preserving the identities of these communities that are, for tradition, in the past oriented to the circular economy. Maybe we lost this approach now, but in the past it was very strong, this approach of reuse, not wasting 0 kilometer, closed local loop. And also all these, for a policy point of view, is to try to find also how to measure how is the impact from the economic, of course, point of view, but also from the environmental and social impact. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Carlo, and thank you for bringing us the experience not only of the Alpine region, but Valle d'Aosta. I know that you are representing that region, so it is particularly important to underline the experience carried out by that region. Now we move to Miss Blanca Bartol. She is not with us, but we have the recorded interview. She is representing the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning of Slovenia.
Good day. I regret I cannot be with you in Bled, but I can use this technological tool to address the theme circular economy and digitalization and all of you. I work in the field of spatial planning and state administration, where we usually address circular economy and digitalization from a territorial perspective. We are questioning what are spatial potentials for that, what transformation processes are needed, what is the role of governments and territorial cooperation. My work is also strongly connected to the ESPAN program. And I would like to mention that a study, ESPAN Circuiter, provided some answers to questions I mentioned. It outlined which spatial factors support progress in the field of circular economy. These are natural resources, land-based resources, agglomeration factors, accessibility, knowledge and awareness, technology, governance, and institutional factors. By analyzing employed in territorial supply of materials and supply of technology, the project showed how rural and urban regions performs in circular economy. Employed in supply of materials are mainly in rural regions due to prevailing contribution of sustainable agriculture and forestry, while technology, green services, supply business show more even distribution in EU but prevail in urban industrial regions. I also work in Alpine Convention, where 9 contracted parties set a framework for greening the Alpine economy. The framework refers to the transformation process of the Alpine economies towards a low-carbon, resource-efficient, environmentally and socially sustainable model. The themes that are also relevant for circular economy. The action program singled out action fields for targeted and effective measures, particularly relevant for the Alpine territory, namely greening finance and the financial support structures, encouraging eco-innovation, greening regional development, valorizing ecosystems and biodiversity, living and working in a green economy. I will stop here with presenting what is important, what I see important. Thank you. Evidences and territorial aspects which I briefly presented.
Yeah, Blanca was anticipating something. So, and additionally, she mentioned the Alpine Convention. It is another entity that is working on the Alpine space. Now we come back into the presence. So I invite Mattia Pavlocic and Andrea Sieni. I think we can stay. We can come back here to our seats. Maria, if you like to come here, and Mattia is representing today one of the macro strategies that we have at European level. You know that we have the Alpine, we have the Danube, we have the Baltic area, and the last one is related to the Adriatic area. Thank you very much, Mattia, for contributing and helping us connect the mountain and the seas. Thank you.
Yes, we hear each other, yeah. Yes, just a short presentation. I didn't come by bike from Ljubljana. I'm sending very kind regards from my institution, from the Slovenian Government Office for Development and European Cohesion Funds. I was sent here with electric car. I don't know if this counts, but still it's electric. I have some space if somebody needs. Also still some electricity, which is quite a relevant question in these cars, but and nevertheless, it's a good, it's a supportive, I mean, I must say it's a different experience, but a positive one. So yes, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us to present very shortly also how we are, next slide, yes, please, thank you. I will be very brief. Kind regards from our governmental institution, and we are a lead partner in the project EU-SER Facility Point, responsible for implementing EU-SER macro regional strategy, very simplified a little bit. So this is in short our organizational structure, lead partner with the 8 partners. We are now, since the North Macedonia also joined us, we are now already 10. Oh yes, you have also here the screen. So we are now 10 countries. What is special, what is actually interesting with our macro region is that we are mostly representing non-EU countries, let's say from Italy to Greece. So not only EU, but quite some non-EU countries. Also then helping them to implement the European policies. So just briefly, yes, we are focusing on four areas. Here you see, I mean, you can see the colors, sorry about that, but environment, sustainable tourism, and then energy and transport, and the blue growth, yeah, since the Adriatic and Ionian Sea is our very strong. Yes, yes. Okay, so next slide, yes, please. Okay, like this. Yes, so very shortly, as mentioned, yes, we are so focusing on 4 areas, 10 countries, and then we're working on the for thematic steering groups where we have experts, let's say policy makers, mostly from the ministries, and now working, let's say also our project is slowly completing. We as a lead partner, we are since last year, since autumn last year, we are working also on the, let's say we are mostly focusing now, not mostly, but we are building on innovation area. And with this, we organized last week, we are organizing different events since our role is to strengthen the capacity building of the policy stakeholders, right? To inform them, to present them the interesting topics. And then, but we are trying to be quite practical in the sense we are building these quadruple helix ties. We are still searching, let's say, how to connect policymakers with the different stakeholders. For example, clusters and also universities. So yeah, last week we have had the very interesting event. Also, some of you participated within the circularity, and we have heard a lot of very interesting suggestions. For example, what the government can do. What can be, let's say, the activities of the government, politicians, policymakers, and then the value chains. We heard quite a lot that circular economy is not recycling, right? It's actually rebuilding the whole value chains. International cooperation. My very important actually point from my side is also I'm here not so much to talk, of course, about us, but to hear you also how, let's say, we can support, what can we do on this international level from Italy to Greece, yeah, in this area. And also different areas. I would, let's say, also find here skills building and educational system, which of course I'm sure you all know a little bit more perhaps later on. So I think this is my last slide, true? Yes, you are very welcome to join our innovation community. We are very much now thinking to establish these network platforms on the area of our macro region. As mentioned, thank you very much to the organizers or to the, let's say, project leaders, whoever was involved in the project. Very interesting project, and we are very interested for cooperation. So thank you, and yeah, this for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mattia. Additionally, I like to mention that the European Commission just published some months ago one guideline how to make the blue growth sustainable. So the Green Deal is not only addressed to the hard things, but is moving even on the sea, and the indication are very concrete. I invite you to have a look, but I think that you know very well that. So thank you very much. The time is a little bit short, so probably I have a good news for all of you. But I would like to invite Andreas Jenne to explain us the added value and the contribution of a private actor, because if I'm right, Rehau Group is one big enterprise. It is an enterprise with multi-sectoral interests. So I leave the word to Andreas that will tell us something about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Yeah, we are very much active in different fields. I'm responsible for sustainability, and you can say as well circular economy inside one subgroup. And the subgroup consists of different enterprises that serve for the medicine industry, for the construction industry, for the automotive industry, whiteware, the general industry, and everything has to do with technical polymers. And so we are a producer of products, and I took one with me that is just a normal window profile. So that's what you can see in a lot of different buildings in Slovenia, throughout Europe. And what is our contribution? We started very early because I would say it was a very scarce material. After the Second World War, plastics were not a common material. So resource efficiency was a business model. So to use as less as possible for substituting different products. And one of the first ones in the 60s, 70s were window profiles. So we started very early to have inner loops. So to have a circular economy inside the company. And the step afterwards, after this, say, circular production, was to make it a bit more external and got as well back the waste from our fabricators. So usually fabricators are making windows out of the profiles, and that started in the mid-70s. Yes, after a while, we had a shift in the 90s in the European Union, you could say, addressing the problems of PVC, because the material of this window profile is PVC. So the industry had to collaborate. So in the 90s, the different fabricators of PVC profiles and PVC industry in general came together. And so what can we learn, and what was our contribution? We came together as an industry to think about circular economy. So the window profile industry started a journey beginning of this century regarding circular economy, and making this profile that you can see here. When you see outside it's white, that's virgin material, and inside it's gray, and that is recycled material. And 50% of this, roughly 50% of this gray material is from the waste from our fabricators, and 50% of the recycling material is from old windows. So roughly you can say up to, when it's possible, up to 90% of such a profile can be from recycling material. And our contribution now was to invest in the last 10 years about 80 million euro to have recycling facilities in Britain, in France, in Poland, and in Germany to get back these old windows. Coming back to what is the topic today, circular economy and digitalization. So what we need, and in circular economy, you need to have the information that, for example, a big house here in Ljubljana is demolished or is refurbished and needs new windows, and you have to know as a fabricator of these profiles that the old windows are coming out. So you need the container there, you need the transportation, the supply chain to come back to your own premises. You have to recycle it, you have to bring the glass back to the recycling, that's possible. The gasket that you can see here can be recycled, and the profile itself. And afterwards you can have, when you have a good laboratory and quality, you can use the material again for a new window. So at the end, we have got this transparency now. We have as well contracts with housing companies where we know, okay, they are giving us the information, digital information, okay, there's an old building refurbished, and there are old windows, you can get it. But in the end, that's not enough, because now we have the new windows, new frames. So we started this year to have a product pass, a digital product pass, we call it Window ID, to have all the information inside, to know, okay, what's actually inside, because you have to know what kind of material it is. So here the part of the industry has already implemented here now our division our window division, the concept of circular economy as a business model. And that's my part actually in the company, to bring sustainability strategies or circular economy strategies into the core business of a division. So we have the main advantage that we have such a broad range of different divisions that we can learn from each other. So we have started now in the furniture industry, we have as well in the furniture industry, we started now as well in the automotive industry to bring that back. And we see from outside, from the European Union, from our OEMs, from our customers, that there are a lot of big companies are actually going in the direction of circular economy as a basic strategy. And we have defined circular economy as a basic strategy for us in 2018, and are now coming to the tipping point where we, in each division, are implementing this strategy into the core business. So you can see what I want to bring to you is a positive example that it's possible. And when it comes to the other topic, the SMEs, a lot of small SMEs are involved, because all the fabricators, most of the fabricators are small and medium-sized companies. And so they are involved in the loop, in the supply chain, and contribute to this to the circular economy. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was really nice to see how the European strategies are declined at transnational level, national, and then become concrete products and marketing strategies. exactly the roadmap that we follow into the Circular 4.0 that we would like to encourage in the following steps of the project. We close the panel. We are already beyond the time. I know that we have very strict time for the lunch. And so now I invite you all to, I think, come downstairs for the RAM. Is downstairs the lunch? Yes. Okay. So it's downstairs. We have about 1 hour for our lunch. Again, the last one that will come back in the room will be involved in the following contribution. So thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much to Mr. William and Mr. Carlo that are connected online. And last, thank you to Andreas, Mattia, and Maria for your contribution. Thank you very much.
Še včeraj nisem bil prepričan, če lahko prišel, ker sem imel pol vrto v steklino. En box, ko bi mogli streči. Malo teže se smeji.
Ja, glej. Samo vseeno, prišel si. Ne, vem, to te lahko problemo.
Ja, vse bilo neka stvar, ki je treba zelo hitro rešiti, no? Ker drugače lahko greš, ne vem, na tekstilin.
Moj prijatelj je imel, ne vem, pol obraza. Po komu je zaprlo delo, veš kaj je to? Jaz si smogel verjeti, jaz sem rekel, kaj tebe, Daro te tak ni noben, ker to te ne more tako, ker to te avto povozil, ali kaj je rekel, se smej, ne, pa se si prioritetno vse malo, ampak je rekel, to je šlo,
Ja, ne, jaz sem bil prečeraj,
še to nisem videl.
Ja,
kaj takega.
Jaz sem bil paniku, malo pa ker prečeraj sem bil isto, pač ponedeljek, isto tak, dejansko pol oka, ni me ti zaprlo, ampak vse si bil napihnjen, ne. Zdaj streski zelo hitro spet se mi te iz Mariborskega konca.
Ja, direktno iz Maribora.
Okej, jaz živim blizu v Krivišču, drugače v Radgonu. Zgodaj Radgonu je malo, ne.
A zgodaj Radgon? Ja, poznam bilo Radgono, ki sem prej še delal v bistvu za UPS, sem bil pač tam, event manager, sem dosti hodal na Elran, International, Radgonske gorice, kaj še je bila tam, Eskada, Arhont, pol pa dalje gor, Murska, ki smo Mediko, pa pol vsa ona podjetja. Vse se je dobro, zdaj se bolj na Radgono, težko oceniti, ker je vseeno malo mesto, ampak tam Murska, pa to se pa kar razvija, tista infrastruktura, krožišča, podjetja, neke tiste poslovne cone in tako dalje, tako da moram reči, mi je všečno, več rad vidim napredek, pa nek razvoj, pa to, gleda se vsi pogovarjajo, ja, tam moram Prekmurje, tak nič ni, veš, da vsi ven, razumeš.
Ne, vse je, ker se mi zdi, je neka energija, ja, pa to, čeprav jaz tudi zdaj nisem dosti sam, več, tak par let, tu bolj živim, no. Ne, malo nisem več toliko tam, ampak vem, poznam par ljudi, vem, da se kar trudijo, pa kar dela, ne moč vsem, no, tudi na teh novih projektih, kar aktivno skema. Kaj se nosi za aktivno v tem cirkularnem projektu, ali takega?
Ja, mi smo optiko. Mi smo v bistvu B2B Digital Marketplace za prodajo presežne hrane. Torej, mi preprečujemo nastajanje food waste-a s tem, da to presežno hrano, ki nastaja, v bistvu omogočamo digitalizirati in jo plasirati na en prodajni kanal, in na podlagi tega v bistvu med prodajalci in kupci dosež na poslovnih procesih. Pač ogromno tega food waste-a, no, in je treba ta problem začeti reševati, ker ne bo zelo raste.
Pa waste je itak veliko procent, to tega, kar je bistvo, se pravi, izgub za samem dobičku, ne, je relativno veliko procent nastane na tej fazi, ko je bistvo hrana že pripravljena, ampak v produkciji mislim, da je relativno manj, nekje se to
je manj, v bistvu tu pri kopiranju, veš kaj to problem, ta perfect check. Zdaj, veš, jabolko mora biti tako veliko, pa čisto kroglo, pa prečernih pikov, na primer, ne. Zdaj pa, kmetje pa hočejo imeti bio, pa naravno, pa vse, ne, in zdaj njega zahtevaš praktično nemogoče. Kako boš ne prečernih pikov biti pa je bio, naravno in tako dalje, ne. Zdaj da, veš, so tu neki taki faktori, ki pač povzročajo še toliko več tega food waste-a, ne, res ogromno tega nastaja. Ni nobenih ker Evropska unija je rekla, number one priority problem je reševanje problema. In oni hočejo za leto 2025 zmanjšati za 30% do 2030 za 50%. In pač se tu dela v tej smeri.
Ne, sem do neke mere poznam te, tale green deal, če mislim več, pa na to primarni politiki, kaj se jih
Mi smo se zdaj prijavili, tako da bomo pa. Da vi pa delate kaj?
Mi pa delamo to elektronično, se počejo evropske volitve, ampak v bistvu imamo drugega projekta, kjer v bistvu smo bolj na deljenju samih podatkov, ki pa ima tudi malo do nekaj mere vezo s tem, ker do nekaj mere tudi analitika, ja, ampak ta delamo samih projekta v bistvu kako standardizira te podatke čim bolj, pa jih deliti na nekaj prostorno prostorno, da jih v bistvu to enostavno z drugimi rešitvami tako, pa v bistvu druge rešitve, da bo bilo enostavno bližje deliti, ne. Oni projekti v bistvu ukvarja več problem z standardizacijo, načina deljenja, pa tudi po poliformatu, ne.
Ja, ravno sem razmišljal, zdaj v bistvu, ne, ker naša tehnologija, ki jo mi implementiramo, je data analitika, AI pa blockchain, ne. Zdaj pa data analitika nam je pomembna zaradi predikcije, ne. Torej, kje bo nastal surplus oziroma food waste, koliko, kaj in že tam 2-3 korake pred tem ponuditi pač rešitev. Tako da, drugače pa AI pa recommendation glede na previous buying behavior, pa matchmaking glede na similar interest, global point pa tako glede na ampak da smo predstavili tudi v bistvu špara tam eno zadevo pod nos, da moramo imeti en controlling zadaj in kako na to se pač rezultate, ravno prej sem ga čakal. Tale origin trend, ki v bistvu ima ta protokol za traceability. Oni imajo že od hrana pride, pa kam gre, to pomeni, oni pa želijo videti, kaj bo ta hrana šla na našo platformo. In da bi radi v bistvu sta integrirali to rešitev. Da bi v bistvu ta traceability bil, ne, omogoča transparency, traceability, security, simplicity pa controlling, ki so v bistvu naše, ki mi želimo v blockchainu imeti. In to ta tehnologija omogoča in pač smo zdaj videli, da je zelo pomembno, da to podjetje hoče biti hoče imeti, da moramo iti v tej smeri. Nekdo noče imeti, pa ne rajmo, ampak če pa nekdo hoče nekaj šparne, če ima tega ogromno nekaj presežne hrane, pa tega bomo točno ponuditi. Še zraven.
Toliko več razponke, to vedno možeš pač
Prilagodi pa posebno pogodbo hočejo imeti, posebni commercial terms, pa payment terms, veš kako, oni to jaz tam nekaj tako, da se pogovarjam, oni to je, to imamo mi tak pa tak pri nas, ne. Ja, mi imamo pa tak pa tak. Zanima. Ko imamo tak pa tak, da ti hoče z našim sistemom delovati, pač se moraš
Welcome back. This is a critical part of any conference, right after lunch. The blood starts flowing from the brain towards the digestive system. So let's do one very quick exercise to try to get at least some portion of that blood back into the brain. If you can extend your arm like this.
I stand up or?
No, it's okay. And on the left hand, extend your index finger and the thumb on your right hand. And now try to switch as fast as possible. Okay. Also, before we jump into the next block of content, we have one very important organizational question, and that is, how many of you will be attending the karaoke tonight? If you could just raise your hands if you plan to go.
We all plan to go, no need for counting.
Okay, so 50? Nobody? Okay, that's sad news. Okay, now we can move on. We already have the next round of panelists sitting on my right. Maya is already the very familiar face of today's conference. Next we have Nina Meglic. She's the coordinator of the Circular Economy Strategic Research and Innovation Partnership, established under the Smart Specialization Strategy. Then we have Marko Mitrovic, the CEO and founder of OptiFood. We have next to him Mathis Scherz, CEO of eVineyard. Yeah. And Marco Galanti from Technology Transfer and Innovation, Veneto, Italy. Welcome. Please, a round of applause to everybody. We're slowly reaching the second part of this conference, so we're gonna start talking about the future. Yeah. Welcome to all of you. We can start this panel the same way we started the previous one. So Maya already introduced herself, and I would give the word to the rest of the panelists just to quickly introduce yourself, your organization, and what your role in the circular and digital transformation is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. So, as you already heard, I'm Nina. I am coordinating a national partnership for the circular economy in Slovenia. This means we do a lot with a little, but yeah, we focus on mostly sustainable bioeconomy, circular bioeconomy, and horizontal topics such as circular business model, also partly digitalization, energy efficiency, materials efficiency. We currently have 90 members in the cluster. Most of the members are private companies, especially small and medium-sized companies which need the most support in the transition to circular. Besides the companies, there are also NGOs and research and development institutions. As the managers of the partnership, we offer support services, internationalization, human resource development, business consultancy, project consultancy, promotion of members, and last but not the least, education, raising awareness. This remains very important. So, looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Like Rama said, I'm Marko Mitrovic. I'm the founder and CEO of OptiFood. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I like the vibe, I like the energy, I like the mindset, and it's been a great event so far. So thumbs up for the organizers. It was a good one, by the way. Yeah, so we are a disruptive food tech company, and our motto is be the change you wish to see in the world. Now, we have asked ourselves in our organization how big positive impact we can make in the world, what kind of an impact and which problem should we solve. Now, surplus food and food waste is a global and rapidly growing problem. It's not a problem, it's actually a catastrophe, and it's unethical, and we are at the highest point in history by mankind by discarded food. So we need to do something, and we need to act differently. That's why our mission is to prevent food waste with innovative solutions in food management. Of course, we are also working in direction of digital, green, and sustainability. And our system actually disrupts the current way of leading and controlling the sales of surplus. Also, how we do logistics, how we do marketing, and we have opened a new channel for communication and collaboration among different stakeholders. So on one hand, we provide economic optimization by reducing costs and increasing profits, and on the other hand, we protect the environment and act socially responsible. The OptiFood platform is B2B, digital marketplace, and it allows food to be sold before the deadline online. So we have actually created a new sales channel for food that has been written off for such and other reasons, and is completely useful and suitable for sale. So we have opened a new trading channel actually for such companies. So in the essence, the purpose of OptiFood is to help companies to reduce the surplus food, and by that prevent food waste, and try to help them to optimize their business model and to help them to contribute to sustainable development and environmental sustainability. Now, just the last one, of course, we have also integrated and we are implementing some of the technologies into our platform, which is data analytics, artificial intelligence, and blockchain, but I will leave this for later.
Thank you also. So my name is Matic Scherz, as you already heard. So I'm coming from the company Elmibit, which is standing behind our main product, eVineyard. And I'm here on behalf of the project eVine2Wine. So eVine2Wine is a sub-project of a bigger Horizon 2020 project called i4Trust. And inside it, we are sharing the data from the vineyard that we are collecting in our software solution with the rest of the value chain. Therefore, with the advisory, with the marketing companies, with the winery, and so on. And yeah, this is the way how we are basically helping to transition the organizations that work in grape production towards more circular approach to how they do the job. So, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Marco Galanti. I'm the manager of the Innovation Research Area in T2I, Technology Transfer and Innovation. That is an innovation agency based in Italy, in the Veneto region. And our mission is to support innovation in companies. This clearly means a lot of things. And so we work a lot in training, in developing new skills and competencies. We carry on a research project. We have also a testing facility, especially for the chemical sector, for the agri-food sector. We do the certification for the wine in most of the region. And also recently, since 5 years, we are also a certified incubator for innovative startups. And as you can see, we do a lot of things, but the connecting element is always the sustainability and the innovation and the digitization, because these are the trends that we see that are most impactful for companies in our area.
Thank you for the round of introductions. Now, the first question. How do you envision your company or organization and the economy as a whole 10 years from now? What will change? What will stay the same?
I must be the first to answer. I would answer very shortly. When I saw the title or the question of this panel, to survive or to fly, it reminded me of one TEDx speech by a British economist. And her conclusion was, well, flying is kind of dangerous because at some point you ran out of gas and resources and so on. So her answer is that the economies should thrive and let's say reuse and redistribute and so on. So in 10 years, I hope we will be all thriving.
Yeah, of course, this would contribute to our vision a lot as well, but to be concrete on the answer, maybe, I mean, it depends whether I should be realistic or pessimistic, because we see that the world is not going in a very good direction, and by working with the companies and the things that are happening due to high energy prices and the war, the interrupted value chains, we are really looking, I believe, into an abyss that will be difficult to come out of in the next year. Hopefully not, but I think we should really look in the mirror and see the reality. So I don't know if there is a way out of this, but definitely transition to circular should help if we will still have companies that will be able to deliver these kind of projects.
I would say in 10 years we will have a lot more competition, that's for sure, in circular economy, which is good because, like Nina said, we have to change the direction and collective mindset and leave a better and a good footprint for the next generations. I would also say that there will be a lot of digitalization implemented into the companies, but still there will be very valuable soft skills from the people. So this will be very wanted people, and talent acquisition companies will wanted them badly. So as individuals or as teams, so the people will always be on top. But let's say 70% of processes and business processes will be digitalized with and implemented into new technologies. So that's just the way it is. But I would also say that I hope that all of the companies in the future will implement circular economy strategies into their services, products, in organizational structure. Of course, with the new technologies, but I wish and I hope this will become a standard in sooner than in 10 years' time. So, yeah.
I think this point with the people with the soft skills is very interesting. Like, if I start from the perspective of our own organization, we're still relatively young, not super young, but relatively young, and we're still in this mode of growing as a company. What I hope in 10 years as we grow further is that we will be able to really keep the structure and keep this mindset that started us as a company. The idea by which we started was eventually to help the wine growing industry become more sustainable. And yeah, I think in 10 years' time, this the ability to pass that to the whole organization and as well as to the other, let's say, stakeholders in the value chain with which we are working, I believe that will be a very important thing on which we need to really work. Obviously, I hope in 10 years the amount of also partners, customers, and so on will increase. And we will be able to also help them with more and more areas. So not only, for example, with making certain decisions and helping them optimize and digitize certain processes, but going further, with the help of some of the new emerging technologies and so on, to help them optimize the way they do things. So, thank you.
Well, in my opinion, there are a couple of trends that are very relevant. First of all, I think that most products and services are becoming more complex. And this is quite relevant because also in looking at the soft skills, you need to collaborate. It's not possible anymore to do things alone, especially in developing new products and services. And the second element is that, as it was already said before, the competition will be very strong, and it will be very difficult to be the second best in your market. And so what I expect to see is a lot of companies very specialized, very good in their own niche, and very strong but very vertical, and they need also to be able to collaborate among them, because this will be the key for success in 10 years.
You can also keep the mic on that side. Yeah, thanks. So if you were an investor, maybe you are, some of you, what are the top 3 technologies you would invest in today, and why?
Well, I start since I have the microphone here. Well, in some way, we are an investor since we are an incubator. Many investors would say blockchain, artificial intelligence, and indeed these are important things. In our view, the sustainable processes and sustainable materials are the key, the success that can really bring out the company. For example, we had a startup that was that exited the incubation circle a few months ago, that developed a method that allowed to save up to 20% energy in molding plastic, and this is a huge benefit. And this is a startup that was bought by a larger company much more faster than any digital technology company. So, in my opinion, any technology that allows to save resources, save energy, and materials that are more sustainable are the key, the better investment that you can do in this moment.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing. The point that was mentioned about this, like knowing your position in the value chain and collaborating with the others around, I also think this is like super important. And actually, well, the question was about an investment. I can say from my point of view, I'm investing maybe surplus of time into our our thing that we are doing, and it's actually very much oriented around that. Well, to a certain degree at the point. So I would say that is definitely something. So technologies that enable really easier collaboration with the rest of the value chain, I believe that really companies that embrace such technologies will have space in the future. And then the other, I think, very interesting thing are totally physical, let's say, machines or products that are able to bring some green impact, from my point of view. We learned a couple of weeks ago on another conference, for example, about some machine that is currently in very, let's say, in the research stages, so it's not yet in commercialization stages, but might be very promising, which is capable of gasifying certain types of waste to produce basically gas, things like that. But of course, before investing, yeah, they need to reach a certain stage of maturity and obviously prove that it actually holds water. So yeah, I believe also in basically in technologies that can make green impact, as well as the technologies that can enable collaboration in the value chains.
Yeah, of course, I would invest in new emerging green technologies that are energetic solutions that are needed because of the energetic crisis that is coming and so on. But I would also have a plan actually to invest in impact funds. Now these impact funds have emerged, let's say, 3 years ago. And actually these are venture capital and angel investors who are investing just in companies that have some sort of an impact, social, green, any type of impact. So, okay, there is, of course, the money and return on investment, but it's, let's say, on the is from the second perspective. So the impact is the first one, why they are investing. So I would support such funds with the investment, of course. And the third one would be plastic waste solution. Because of the correlation with our sector, which is food waste, we see how much plastic waste is in correlation with food waste, and what we are doing with the planet with plastic, it's unbelievable. So definitely we have to do something and invest in solutions that will solve that problem.
Yeah, I would definitely invest in all technologies from our members that contribute to circular economy, but if I have to choose three, the first one would be the technology that enables textile recycling and creation of bio-based materials and new chemical feedstock from the recycling of textile. The second one, hydrogen technologies, and the third one, biorefinery. And this is something, for example, that we have been talking about in Slovenia for the last 20 years and still didn't happen. So, yeah. But not only looking from the technological point of view, and in correlation to what my previous speaker said about the collaboration, because this is something that I'm trying to implement every day, I will also invest in therapy for each and everyone was here.
Thank you, Nina. Yeah, actually, I find very interesting the, let's say, the industries that are represented here today, in the sense like food, textiles, and let's say housing. And honestly, if I would be an investor, I would invest in smart and circular, or what did we say, by design. But it would be food, it would be textile, and maybe then artificial intelligence. And I would add, similar as Nina, but my previous colleagues reminded me of that, definitely I would invest a little bit in my own skills and knowledge, because we see that, you know, the world is changing so quickly. If you want to keep thriving or flying, you must invest in that as well.
Is it possible to get some EU funds for therapy?
I hope it will be.
That's good that you made this bridge to the more human and social aspect, because that is the topic of the next question. So if we put technology aside, what do you think needs to happen on a social, organizational, and policy level in order to enable this transition to the circular economy?
Oh, difficult one. Well, here I would share a little bit of Nina's pessimism because I do believe we still, we still all are thinking in this growth imperative, and it will take quite some time that our perspectives and values change so that we really embrace the circular economy. And a lot of small things will have to come together to make that happen.
Yeah, during the break I had a very related discussion on what is going to happen or will probably happen, and this is probably a recession in the next year and in the following years. And yeah, we are on that track. If it happens, it will probably one of the biggest ones in the history, and I think this will definitely make us do things differently because we, I say that we have in Slovenia especially these circular groups. We meet at almost every event, we discuss about this stuff, and then you go out of that group and you see that there are not a lot of people on board, unfortunately. And we see that the only push comes when it harms you, your family, and yeah, I'm afraid that this will be the biggest drive of change.
I would say I see that there is not enough, how would I say, quick transfer of knowledge and information from macro to micro level. So from the Brussels, from EU, for example, to Slovenia. So it takes too long and it's not so transparent as it should be. So actually we would need to upgrade the system here. Maybe we are also doing too much in terms of the goals. It's nice to have the goals which set direction, but the point is this is in the system which is making the progress. So we have these sustainable development goals, Agenda 2030 and everything, but I don't see it as a good system behind it. So I would also suggest to our government, we have now the Ministry of Digitalization. Well, we should need a Ministry for Circular Economy too, and I hope it will happen. And on the other hand, I would say that
the gods agree with you.
Yeah, sooner the better. Well, we should also collaborate all together in some sort of a joint venture or consortium or something like that, and to build, because we need a holistic approach and we all need to collaborate. So we would actually, I don't know, should develop some sort of a platform where we can all be together and share knowledge, expertise, who we are, what are we doing, what are the trends, what is the system, what are the goals, and so on. So really connect ourselves and give the best what we can in terms of knowledge and expertise, and I think we would be more successful.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, on my end, I'm not so, I would say, so deep in those circular economy discussions. But yeah, from my perspective, this aspect of personal motivation is really important, I think. And here I would agree probably also with Nina that yes, we will probably all get very serious personal motivation, even if not in the most beautiful form in the next year or two, which will hopefully, I mean, from every bad thing, some good things emerge usually. So hopefully this will happen here as well. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Well, in my opinion, the key word is awareness, because from my experience, people and companies are not aware of the cost of the waste that you have not being circular, not being sustainable, and this is something that we have seen because we supported also the assessment in Circular 4.0. So it's something that we had confirmed also directly in this instance. But in many people, they have the idea that sustainability, circularity is a cost, is not a saving, while it's exactly the contrary. And I remember a few years ago when I talked with I was talking with the manager of a large company that make home appliance, and we were talking with them, asking them why they weren't promoting the fact that their appliances were more efficient and more sustainable than the competitors. And what they told us is that they were afraid that the people, the market, would think that the appliance would cost more and be less efficient, because many people have still this idea when you talk about green, sustainable, and this is something that you have to pay some more to begin. But in fact, circular economy is a way to save resources, and so, and when you become aware of that, I think that it's quite natural to become circular, because it's a most sensible thing to do.
Yeah, maybe to follow up on this topic with a very practical question. So, as Nina mentioned, for example, all of us here, we are in a bubble, right? We talk about circular economy, we know what it's about, we know the importance, then we step out of the building and most people don't have a clue. So now that there's like, what, 100 of us here in this room, what do you think, what concretely more could we as a community do? Like, how could we concretely follow up on activities to enlarge this community, to bring more awareness, more concrete action?
Well, I think that making explicit the cost of the waste is something that is very important. And the challenges of this period with the prices, the energy prices that rises a lot, I mean, it's also a moment in which you can have more attention from this. And so, for example, I see a lot of companies that are stating policies where you have to close the windows when you have the air conditioning on. That is something that, I mean, you didn't have to wait to have the prices of the energy rise, but now since you become aware of the waste, and so when you put a number together with the waste that you are playing, then you have much more attention, and people start to think and to act, most of all.
Yeah, I think, well, understanding really, like, yeah, bringing out the awareness and understanding of what are the consequences of things we do right now, which are far from circular. I mean, not all of them are, but those that are, like getting people around us aware of that. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe just some are wired that way, maybe not, but hopefully that would kind of spark this idea of thinking in every individual that gets it, that, okay, we're doing several things in a suboptimal way, something needs to be done about it. That's, I mean, I know I went again to this back to this internal motivation, but I think it is. In the end, we need to have that motivation, not just in this circle, but the more people will have it, the faster the change will happen, I think. So, yeah.
I think that the system has still not been developed as it should be. So we are still somewhere or in the beginning or in the middle. Like I said, we need to collaborate in form or through some channel. Because when we go out of this room and each in our own countries, we are then again divided. So like I said, we would need some sort of a platform where we can be together all on the platform, where we can share the information for awareness, for collaboration, for the projects, for the conferences and everything else, everything in one place. So it should be provided from EU, for example, but they all have to be welcomed, and it needs to be a holistic approach, and yeah.
Like a green Instagram.
No, more like let's say something in between of LinkedIn and Facebook, but just for circular economy.
Yeah, you should become our members then. Yeah, I will answer very personally to this question. So I once thought that I need to save the world, you know, and then I noticed it will not be possible. So I now try to lead by an example, and especially transfer this to my daughters, and I think this is what as a person you can do, and it will at hopefully in near future affect also the other around you, and spread the word. So you just change the way you live. Most of the time you buy less, you eat local food, you try to drive the car as little as possible, and these kind of things, I think they make a difference. Yeah.
I agree with Nina, first of all, that small things can make a difference. I also agree about awareness, that we need more awareness, and this is something we discussed during lunch, how to motivate people to buy circular products even if they cost more. But here actually my answer would be, and I'm not sure I even like this answer, but I think the problem we have is that the price tag, which is now on a t-shirt in Primark or somewhere Kik, the price tag simply does not reflect the true cost of this t-shirt. And honestly, we, or maybe not we, because we are the circle, but most of the consumers wouldn't care. If the price tag is €1, it's €1, and they would choose this t-shirt despite all those hidden costs and effects. So at the moment, it's still the money that can make the change.
Yeah. So talking about making money, everything starts from purpose, right? And economist Milton Friedman famously stated that the sole purpose of business is to make profits for its shareholders. So in light of the challenges we're talking about here today, how would you adapt this statement? What is the purpose of business?
Here maybe I will share a little bit my let's say from the point of view of our company, Beti, which is, you know, located in a small community. Basically, the town where we are located is 3,000 people. And in the past, our company alone, like in the 80s, employed 2,000 people. And I'm actually comfortable to say that the company has built in values which go in the direction of the sustainability, because it had to you know, consider the local stakeholders, consider the local environment. We wouldn't have survived in this local community without paying attention to this. On the other side, just to add, since we were in a very competitive sector, the textiles, saving resources and optimizing energy consumption was there for always. Not for the same, let's say, motivation, but it was there. So, yes.
That would be my comment. Very nice. The purpose of business, like already said, businesses now work because of the profit. But if we want that circular economy really takes place, I believe we will need to start debating degrowth and focusing not only on the GDP, but changing perspective and start using some different metrics for the wealth of the nations, because otherwise there will always be some losers, and in the end they will not survive, even though they would like to bring back to the environment and to the society. We can see that already because our members, for example, that have best practices in circular economy, they say that it took, I don't know, 2-3 years to get profit out of those projects. And you really need to have that in yourself if you embark on the journey. Otherwise, you will not do it because the economic system currently doesn't function like that. So this, I believe, is crucial.
To maximize the profits for its shareholders, the statement I don't like. I will tell you why. I can tell you the results that are happening from this statement in our industry, which is food waste, and these are the facts. 1.3 billion tons per year globally of food waste, 150 million tons per year in Europe, and 160,000 tons per year in Slovenia. This is the result of that statement. Okay, then we have plastic waste that comes combined. Then we have greenhouse gas emissions. Then we have usage of water, usage of land, animals killed, and the list goes on and on and on. And who profits from this statement, and who are the shareholders? Well, not 90% of the people like we are. It's the 10% of the elite, and it's not a good direction. We can see where the world is going, and we have to change that. So I would say we have to, let's say, put some other value for the shareholders. And I was on a session in the morning about NFTs, and there was a guy which I have been wanted to talk to because of the blockchain technology and some solution, and he said that we can actually propose and give to the shareholders some other value than just financial currency. It could be some sort of a crypto coin or NFT, and I have written it down. He said we can produce climate-empowered solutions through digital knowledge graph. Okay, I admit I don't understand this completely, but it's possible, and it's easy to implement, like he said it. So I think we should go into other direction. But it's very hard to answer the question, what is the purpose of business, because it's by every individual some other thing. But I would say build harmony in terms of economy, not maximize it, optimize it, you know. That's why we are optimizing the supply chain in food management system. So I think that optimization is the answer, not maximization, and with the correlation, nature, people, our planet, and so on. So.
Yeah, those are... Yeah. those are really good points. I would maybe on that one link a little bit on something Marco you mentioned earlier also about those special funds, which are impact funds, which are investing in those areas. We were sitting, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago on some smaller event, but there was like people from about 10 smaller companies. And it was about, well, one of the questions, there were also some investors, one of the questions was, okay, which of those companies are actually looking for venture capital? And out of 10 companies, there was one that said, yes, we're looking for it. Then the debate went on, why this is so. Some of the companies or organizations simply mentioned that, well, if we take the funds, we need to basically grow. I mean, they get some KPIs in terms of economy. They also get in the eyes of their customers or their users the picture that they are, okay, highly for profit, trying to get highly profitable very quickly, which is actually bad, which is hurting their business. And eventually the outcome of the discussion was that, all right, probably this capital part, the shareholders, they will need to also adapt the way they work to this new reality which we are starting to face. And yeah, you can, I think from that, take some conclusions on how to change that statement probably. Yeah, I will.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to get back a little to the quote from Milton Friedman, because I'd say it depends from what you mean with revenues to the shareholder. Because there is a very big difference if you are looking at revenues generated by dividends, let's say, or in the long term, or revenues that are generated by stock prices that rises in a very short period. Unfortunately, what we have now is that lots of companies focus on the very short period. They don't care about what will happen in a couple of years, because the shareholder will sell the stocks, and so they are not at all interested in a company that will be there in a few years. And that's why it happens what you said, because this is the issue. We are lacking a long-term vision. But what should do a business is to be sustainable, also from an economic perspective, generating revenues, but in the long term. So if you look at the long term, then you need to be sustainable. You need to work with the environment. It's also social environment where you are located, because people. If you don't have people that work for you and that buy your products and services, you don't live in the long term. In the short term, you may be lucky enough that you convince someone else to buy your stocks, but you are talking with a company that is doing absolutely nothing, and we have lots of companies that do nothing, unfortunately, and I value their lots.
That's a very interesting point. I mean, if we take a look at how, for example, executives are compensated, it's mostly on a quarterly basis, tied to the stock price, right? But most of the shareholders are pension funds who need to have their return in 40 years, right? So there's a fundamental discrepancy between how the economy is incentivized and what the value actually is, right? So the last question, Nina already also touched upon it, the role of leadership. So how do you see the role of leadership in this transformative, uncertain period? And what principles do you, as leaders, apply in your decision making?
Well, I totally subscribe to what Nina said. Leading by example is the most important thing, because if you want to be believed in, you have to do what you say, because otherwise you can't do anything. And the other element is well related to what I said before. try to focus not only on the very short term, but try to find KPIs, to find elements that can support driving people to think to the slightly longer term, not the very 20 to 40 years from now, but think at least that what will be happen in 5 or 10 years. And if you consider this, you, I think that you can start a very good processes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, okay, we generally know that good leadership means, yeah, aligning people and motivating them in certain direction, among other things, obviously. I would, on that point, maybe touch something that we had in the beginning of the discussion, not beginning, but like much earlier, when we said, okay, what can we do to, you know, get the word out of this room or get the word to a wider circle? And I really think, yes, good leaders that really impact the way the organizations work, I believe it's important for them to also really understand and be in this mindset that this transition is necessary on all levels, from, let's say, the highest governmental levels down to the smallest companies. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we are a young company, and we set with the team that we have to define the leadership model for our company, and of course lead by example with this statement. I totally agree. But what we also said is lead by purpose and passion. This is the drive of the company. The third one should be integrity, which is that you are saying what you're thinking and you are doing what you're saying, and this is building trust. Well, focus on change, I think, is also important, because the change is a never-ending story, and this, the world and the system is changing all the time and is getting bigger and bigger, and the most responsive to change will survive. And the last one, I would say, the team. To build this strong bond of the team, this pack, the tribe, like you mentioned in a couple of sessions ago, and then you have the example, you have the drive, you have the trust, you have the adaptability, and you have the team, which is, in my opinion, the most important one. And this, I think, is the future leadership model, which also we are trying to implement in our company.
Yeah, looking from an organizational point of view that tries to motivate for collaboration in Slovenia, our team focuses on transparency. We are really open and honest with all our partners regarding everything that is going on in the organization. The second thing is that we promote transdisciplinarity, so that we don't focus only on, for example, natural sciences, but also try to look at other disciplines that can contribute to this transition. And thirdly, we try to be as reliable as we could be, so trusted partner, something like that.
Yeah, I can only repeat what the colleague said. So aligning the views, having integrity and purpose, and maybe just to share how we did it in practice. So in 2020, we together, let's say a team of around 8 people inside the company, we put together what we called a sustainable business strategy for the next 5 years. And honestly, it was, you know, like heated discussions during workshops. What should we do in the next years and what is important? And
But in the end, yes, we spent a lot of time doing this, but it was really important because the whole team cooperated, and in the end, you cannot say, no, no, this is not my project. Yes, it's our project, and this is how the closest group, let's say, came on board. And then the next step was to present this strategy, including the purpose, the vision, and the action plan to the whole company. And also for this, we had a special day, we had workshops, we went really into detail. And let's say the mistake we did that then after a certain period, we didn't, let's say, repeat it. Yeah, it was a bit COVID times and all those things, you know, limiting the live events, but we now already scheduled the next date. So in practice, it's, you know, it's not always easy as you think it will be.
Thank you very much for this inspiring discussion. I really enjoyed it. So can we have a big round of applause for our panelists? Thank you. You're free to take your seats. We're now moving on to the last presentation for today. Francesca Macatroso will... Roberto, you will... Okay. So, Roberto, our familiar face, will take us through...
Yeah, I will do, because the good news is that probably we will finish a little bit earlier. That is always best than finish later. So, I kindly ask Francesca to let me say just a few words concerning the communication. You know that one is doing, one is communicating. Okay. I would like just to show you one thing. Can you move to the second slide, please? Again, next. Oh, no, come before. I was thinking there was something like a cover. So the slide is mentioning the success cases brochure. What is there inside? If you remember, we assisted 295 businesses, including enterprises. So we selected 15 cases, and we asked partners to describe what they did, the change inside the company, and everything is in that brochure. We don't want now to go through the brochure, but it is going. Oh, even better. So I just show you a little bit the publication. Yes, please go next. I think it is already automatically planned to show you the experiences that have been collected, in this case, for example, by the German partner, the Austrian partner. You see that all of them have been involved to assist SMEs and describe here the impact of the assistance on the circularity of the company. Innovation Salzburg is another showcase that we included in our brochure. And then we move to the upper side of Austria. As far as I know here, BISAP was greatly involved with the assistance provided to some companies in the plastic sector. And now we are coming back to Veneto Innovazione, this in-house company of Veneto region for the innovation. And they work a little bit with a cluster of green technologies. you remember that we have been in touch with Benjamin, and Benjamin explained that one of the sector involved was textile. The showcase is coming from there, and the assistance provided by Vernier-Rhône-Alpes through one very interesting tool that is combining digitalization and circularity. Come back home with the Josef Stefani Institute that strongly assisted some company to increase the production in the line of the circularity. Torino Wireless, that now is a Foundation Piemonte Foundation, something like that. Correct, Cesar? Yeah, because in the meantime you changed the name, but the institution is always the same. And Confindustria Bergamo, we heard before the university, the researcher from the university that work with the companies that belong to the industrial association of the local area. And if I'm right, the Chamber of Commerce of Venice that worked closely with Marco Galanti that was sitting here a few minutes ago, and they involved many companies coming from even the accelerator and the incubator that is located in the nearby of Venice. The environmental cluster in Germany, where Eva was greatly involved with the activities, and we go to Risin-Sud in the south of France, where Mathilde and the team worked assisting companies and enhancing the awareness. We come back to the Baden-Württemberg, BWCon, where Luc was working and coordinating, and here many ICT companies was involved for the enhancement of the circularity. Last slide, to come back to all these success cases, yeah, there should be one QR code, if you like. Just use your mobile and you can have a look more in detail. But let me say, you will be addressed by a couple of initiatives in the next few days. The first one, if you remember, we talk about the Circular 4.0 community. You will simply be invited to join the community, of course, up to your will. We will be, you can register or not, but we will explain what is the goal of the community, what they would like to achieve, and we will invite you to take part. Feel free to enlarge the invitation to other interested stakeholders, both public and private. Materials will be sent to you according to the registration that has been done here for the Circular 4.0 event. So that's a short break concerning the communication, but I should say something to conclude the meeting of today. Honestly, I would like to show you, these are my conclusions, so you can see that I tried to put inside many things, and honestly, I got a lot of inputs for the discussion of today's. But you know, if I would like you to remember something, I must be simple and possibly clear. So my conclusions are around 4 words. The first one is the word transformation. We are here around the lake, is a paradise, but I think that if you remember, we are in a complex situation or complicated situation from many points of view, political, geographical, and economic situation. tomorrow, if I'm right, 4 Ukrainian regions will become Russian. So this is something that is going to happen. And the consequence of that situation impacted a lot on our economy. I remember the war for the energy, the war for the corn, probably coming the war for the water. So we have some things that are coming. Additionally, the COVID-19 is not completely defeated. I don't know what is happening in Slovenia, but in Italy today we have 18% of the trend is increasing again. So nice situations, nice challenges, but we are here in a paradise where everything seems to be according to the sustainability. And my question is, in this era of transformation, deep transformation, what is the key message of the Alpine region? We are representing more or less all the countries that are in the Alpine regions, and I think that we can do something just to launch a message. And the message is that the growth and the future is something positive if it is combined with sustainability. So this is something that probably we need to take into consideration. I know it can be something like nice words, but we must remember where we are, even if we are closing a small project respect to the big questions we have in our mind. So the first word is transformation. The second word, from my point of view, is much more simple, is a sustainable ecosystem. What I mean? I mean that if we would like to approach the sustainability, we have to remember that the sustainability needs new paradigms and new perspectives, new approaches. And these are coming only if there is not only an involvement of the economy, but even the economy combined with the society and the environment and the politicians. So this is something that we need to remember. We try to do. Today we invited a representative of very different stakeholders. The panels were, the first one were much more looking at the SMEs, the second was much more focusing on the strategies, and the third one came back to the SMEs. So we try to put together different point of view, how to go to enhance in the sustainability and how to implement circularity. But please remember that these must be into one ecosystem. The community that we are going to implement, the connection, the relationship with the national and the transnational institution is strictly connected with this approach. The third word is, of course, SMEs. And when I say SMEs, I don't forget the large enterprises. So sorry, I would say enterprise is only, not just SMEs. I know SMEs are the backbone of our economy. I know they are big numbers in our countries, but we discovered that many times the so-called corporate innovation is fundamental to enhance a value chain, to work on specific cluster, to to enhance a sector. So what can we say for the SMEs? I discovered that, listening to the last panel, that our action should aim at increase the capability of the SMEs to adopt, to implement circular economy processes. To do that, I mean, to help SMEs to be more capable, and there is one tool developed by our project that assess the capability to implement circularity, we need three things. One is clear company strategy. If we don't have a strategy, we can buy the most innovative instrument, and after a couple of weeks, it will be switched off. We need investments, not only public investments. We are always asking for public money, but we should remember that company means risk. But the last one that has been underlined, we need skills. Companies that don't have the right skills or are not fully aware about the opportunities coming from the circularity or the twin transition are not interested in principle to change their mind, their mindset. They will remain where they are. So please remember, the third word is SMEs, but working to help them to be more capable to adopt circularity. And then the last word, I finish, is networking. I discovered that we have a new word, is a new word. You know that we move from the triple X helix, quadruple helix. I discovered that now we have the fifth helix. What is the difference between the fourth and the fifth? Just go to Wikipedia, you will find it immediately. Environment. But it is strange, because usually, if you remember, the helix are organized considering the targets. But environment, as far as I know, is not a target. But it is included like a target. So, just to have an idea how, even from the academic point of view, things are changing to include environment to be approached in proactive way, not just like something that is standing, but something that needs to be included in the processes and triggered to become a protagonist in the development, in the transformation. So please remember, transformation, sustainable ecosystem, SMEs, and networking. I would like just to close the conclusion with a key message that I heard from some of you. What is the challenge? The challenge is to help citizens, companies, and politicians to see circular economy not as a cost, but as an opportunity. This is the real challenge that we have to take up, because if we don't change the approach to circularity, and we see that not just a cost for the certification, the administrative procedure, the rules, but an opportunity for new business, new growth, and new approaches, then all things we discussed today will not achieve the full results. So this is the key message I understand. And the last point is that not only circular economy is an opportunity, but is even a mega trend. We are inside. We cannot stop anything. We are inside that river, and we have to swim inside. So this is what I understood from the meeting of today. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much for the organization. We were waiting for Aleš. Aleš promised me to come. We stay here till we come. I don't know what time, but we stay here. So, before, I remember that Journey, that is the director of Technological Park Ljubljana, is connected with us, but he is in Barcelona. So we hope that he will hear that we are talking about him, and we are, of course, we are grateful that he fully supported the project, the team, and the implementation. Then the second point that we need to remember is the Slovenian government, the Slovenian ministries. Aleš. Aleš, I have just told everybody, we stay here until Aleš will come. So they were all worried. Oh my God, I will spend my night here. So I was just saying some thanks, and then I leave you the word. So I was saying thank you very much to Technological Park Ljubljana, from the head to the employees. Thank you for the coffee of the secretary that every day has been offered to me, so thank you very much. The Slovenian government and ministries, we have today many represented, but the most of the work has been done before this meeting, not during this meeting. The organizer of the event, the speakers, thank you very much for coming here or for being connected with us, but thank you very much. And then last, the partners, of course, not last, but I would like to arrive at the end. So thank you. Thank you very much to all 15 institutions that work closely with us, tested new ways to do the project, because we changed everything. I just was saying, we commented with Bojana that 3 years ago, we would have never thought to do a meeting when people were some here, some connected, some recorded, so everything changed. And this is, from my point of view, the positive impact of COVID-19. We must be optimistic and have a good approach. We lost Aleš again. Oh my God. I don't know what I can say. I will play a song. I don't know what else. So, Aleš, are you coming?
You can summarize the 4 words again.
I cannot. It is just everything in my mind, but I cannot remember what was the main point. So this is just the conclusion from my side. Here, Aleš, I cannot wait.
Sorry, I'm really sorry, because now is one important presentation, and I was here to make a click. Sorry. Okay, like Roberto say, and like we say many times, from my point of view, we achieve really big results. Could you imagine that Roberto and Luke start thinking about this circular project 2018, and this time nobody is talking about connection, circularity, and digital transformation. And for that reason, I think this is kind of a revolutionary and visionary project, and you are part of it. And because of this kind of project, European Commission is decided and understand better the importance of twin transition. Now everybody knows the twin transition, but when we start with this project, we must explain everybody what is this mean connection, circularity, and Industry 4.0. And why are we doing this? Why is this so important? And I think after these 3 years, which we spent together and be in very nice meetings and sometimes even on some kind of parties. I hope that we will repeat in some other project, of course. I think that we achieve really, really nice result. 280 SMEs gets help from our side. It's really big impact for Alpine Space, not just for Alpine Space, even further. So for that reason, we could be really proud on that. And we could be really proud on that we manage some kind of movement also in the community. Because now communities happens. Now we are talking about how important is that we make some kind of progress, that we make push boundaries further. So for that reason, I would really like to thank you, each of you, all of you, to help us, to help your country, to help your SMEs, to help your policy makers to better understand this circularity in connection with Industry 4.0. So thank you also from my side and of course from Maida, because Maida was the girl behind the project. And Lara, I don't know if she's here. Of course, my special, yeah, Ada, thanks. My special thanks goes, of course, to Roberto, because without him and Luke, there will be no such a good project, I know. And I'm really looking forward that we meet you in some other project. Roberto is full of ideas. I know that you are, and I hope that we see on the party, but Brando say, no, okay, then next time. Bye-bye.
One last thing, group photo.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay, please come back. Not come back, come here. Okay, everyone. Group hug. Before start. Yeah. Ladies first. Okay, you're right. Roberto in the middle, of course. In the middle. Retriever.
I'm trying to take care of it. Maybe you want to move in front?
É um caruzado.
Okay.
Okay.
Ajde, pojď tu sredo, ne?
Ja, dej. Na tla.
Roberto tu. Hey, I know, but mine is not decisive. Everything's okay.